Medellin, Colombia is the 100th most popular metropolitan area in the world, a place of history, culture, and known as the City of Flowers. Today we'll welcome the aroma of dirt, rubber, sweat, and adrenaline as they welcome the world's largest stage in BMX racing. Prior to the weekend, over 2,000 lucky participants raced in the challenge event featuring riders from ages 5 to over 50, and now we are ready for the world's elite riders to take center stage in a battle for a world championship title. And welcome everybody to Medellin, Colombia and the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships. I'm Trace Worthington. Excitement builds as the very best BMX racers from around the globe have arrived and will be tested by one of the most challenging tracks of the season. A track that is appropriately named after Olympic champion and local Medellin superstar Mariana Pajón, or as the locals call it, Pista de Supercross BMX Mariana Pajón. And speaking of BMX superstars, the man joining me in the booth is an Olympian and world champion in BMX, Robert de Wilde, otherwise known as Afro Bob for the old schoolers. And Bob, today is a huge day for these riders. Not only a world championship title is at stake, but possibly some spots to the Olympic Games as well.
Yes, definitely. It's a big event. Here we go with Renaud Resende down the 8-meter start hill, hitting 60 kilometers an hour, going over the first jump, down the first straight into the first turn right here. This is going to be where the men go to the left, the women go to the right. It's crucial to hit every sweet spot, like catch the backside of each landing perfectly so to keep the momentum up. Then we dive into the second turn here. The men go to the right, the women go to the left. And now down this straight, at the middle of the straight, they merge together. And then they go into the third turn right here. And this is probably where we're going to see some good action passes. Down the last straight, which is pretty deep and technical, and with the fatigue kicking in right there, it's going to be a nice, challenging last straight.
And huge crowd on hand here in Medellin, Colombia. This is a major global event that this city is hosting. And of course, Mariana Pajón, the Olympic champion, world champion, is here, and a lot of these fans coming out to see her and the rest of the Colombian team.
Oh yeah, definitely. They came here to cheer on their favorite Colombian rider, especially Mariana Pajón. She's a celebrity here. She cannot walk over street and without being pulled over. Hey, I want to take a picture with you, this and that. So she's full-on celebrity.
And weather has been challenging this area the entire time, the entire weekend. Rob, you were out here a few weeks back checking out the track, and you know how the weather can make an impact on any of these BMX tracks, especially in the elite field and the Olympic level, world championship level. And this is an interesting climate. You know, always rains in April. It's known to precipitate in this month every single year. So that rain affecting a lot of the riders, a lot of different delays. We might have some throughout our live broadcast, but seems like the riders are managing it pretty well.
Yes, they're pretty used to this. Like we get rain on the BMX circuit a lot, so they have to rain delay it. So they have to cool down, relax, and then just stay focused and be ready when they need to go back onto the track.
So what does that do for, you see right there, some pavement, then it goes back into dirt, and then it goes back in, you know, to pavement on the berms and all that stuff. So that stuff can get pretty slick, and I would imagine challenging for these riders.
Yeah, the people here, they're covering the track when it starts raining, so the track stays pretty good, dry. They have to wait till the turns dry up too, but won't take too much time. So when that is all good to go, it should not affect the racing at all.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, we're going to pick it up with the moto rounds here in Medellin, Colombia. We'll pick it up the moto rounds, and then we'll, you know, whoever does well in the moto rounds, obviously, Rob moves on to the main event rounds, beginning with 8th and then moving on through the quarters and semis and so on and so forth.
Yes, right now we're looking at a third moto. This is the last chance for you to qualify into the main show later today. Right now, it's very important to set a really quick time so you have maybe first or second gate pick, so you can pick the inside, which is the ideal line.
And you see a rider going down right there, and a good shot of the track from this perspective. We'll pick it up soon with where the riders start, blast out of the gate. And it's been covering the track, you know, throughout the entire day. Rain rolled in just recently. You can see the wet spots on the track, Rob, and you see the plastic that's lined on the sides if you look closely. So course workers do an amazing job coming out.
Yeah, the organizers are keeping a close eye on the radar. So if there's a little rain shower coming in, they get all the volunteers out, get the plastic on the dirt part so the dirt doesn't get too wet. And the asphalt is okay, but when it starts to dry up, they pull the plastic back off and then prep the track a little bit, and then they're good to go.
Junior men, Heat 1, Round 3, coming your way shortly. As we look at the crowd here, who has hanging in there and being very patient. Once again, you're taking a look at Medellin, Colombia, and we are underway with the World Championships 2016 here in Medellin. How about this Supercross track, Rob, before we get into some of the moto heats? And this was built in October, again, named appropriately after Mariana Pajón, the Supercross, BMX Supercross World Champion and Olympic champion. And a lot's come around since October, getting this whole thing together.
Yes, they came in once or twice to kind of dial in the track a little bit more, which is very normal with the BMX track. So the track is really good, good raceable track. The trick is on this track is to hit your sweet spots on the backside. It's very easy to underjump or overjump a jump and lose a lot of momentum that way.
All right, let's get underway with the junior women's moto. Picking it up live now with a few delays, but we are underway and the action begins. And the juniors coming on super strong. Rob, as we saw in the time trials yesterday, a lot of great juniors out here. This is the first heat of 4 in the run number 3 of women's junior motos to get you up to speed.
Yeah, so here, this is your 3rd round, so it's very important to put in a nice solid lap so you have a nice quick time. So if you make it into the next round in the main show, you can have maybe first pick or second pick, so you can pick your lane that you prefer to have. Like one upcoming star right now is the lady in lane 3, third furthest away from us. She's from Great Britain. Young and talented, had a great run in Manchester.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
And here we go. Women's, I believe this might be women's heat 2 of the women's juniors in motos.
Yes, here's you see the girl from Great Britain just have the whole shot, getting just out there, can ride her own lines. The lady from Russia was a little bit stiff-legged over the first jump, but was able to gather everything to get back together and just follow suit.
So Rob, what is the key in the motos for these riders? What do they want to do? They want to get a time, a placing, what is it?
The first 2 motos you want to just get a low score. First, second, third, it's okay. The last moto, you obviously want to have a low score, but also a really quick time, because that will translate over to a gate pick later on in the day.
Well, that's Bethany Schreiber of Great Britain. You called it right there, and she started in the middle of the pack coming in. So Schreiber takes the win here in heat number 3, followed by Afremova of Russia. So the junior ladies doing a nice job kicking things off at the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships here in Medellin, Colombia. Maybe just joined us, a lot of little rain delays here and there, kind of set a few things back, but we are back in action and coming your way. Some of the stars of the sport when we chip away in this 3rd round of the junior motos, then we'll go on to the elite men and women. In this case, heat number 3 for the women's juniors.
Here we have only 3 ladies, so they have a little bit of a bonus warm-up, I say that. So they're guaranteed to qualify for the main show later today. So they just want to, fill out the track, get comfortable, and get ready for when they have to.
All right, so Heisman, Ruby Heisman of the Netherlands out in the lead with a 2.7 second advantage.
Yeah, this part of the 3rd straight is going to be tricky for the ladies. The first part you want to jump, and not every lady is able to do so, and it is a big advantage if you can. You get that last straight nice and deep, and this is where the fatigue start to kick in, and so this straight is going to be super challenging.
So Heusden comes in first here in run number 3 of the women's junior motos. There's only 3 runs in the motos. The earlier ones took place a short time ago, actually before the rain kicked in. So heat number 3 here, run number 3.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Heat 4, run 3. Coming your way, blasting out of the top. Now the top is over 30 degrees. That's a huge pitch before that first jump.
Yes. So the ladies will get up to 50 to 55 kilometers an hour at the bottom of the starting hill. So it's pretty fast. And then you get that big step up, triple step up that you needed to go jump over. And so it's really challenging for the little younger ladies.
The crowd loving it here. Restrepo of Colombia, just got past there by Fiskbeck.
Yes, the Norwegian girl pushed her off the track pretty much and left no room for her, which as a racer you should do. It's not nice, but that's just the way racing goes.
And you would know.
Oh yeah.
Always friends off the track, right? But
yes, not on the track. I have respect for everybody, but when we get on the gate and the gate drops, it was just gloves are off. Let's go.
All right, Fiskbeck wins this one. Japan in second.
And the green cues behind it means that they're qualified for the main show later today.
All right, so we'll see those 3 again as we move on now to the men. These are the men juniors, and they already had 2 heats in the books. This will be run number 3, 2 runs in the books. Run number 3 coming your way, heat 1 of 5. They're underway.
Here we go. You see them go a lot lower over the first jump, and they're actually going to be able to jump all 3 jumps down the first straight. Now pay attention, they're going to the left instead of to the right compared to with the ladies.
No surprise here, the champion in the time trial, junior world champion, crowned last night, out in the lead from France, Renaud.
So with this being the 3rd moto, very important to set a really solid, quick time. So they're going to go all the way to the finish line, even if they know they're qualified. They want to get that quick time.
The juniors doing a great job on that final stretch. Remember, there's some crazy sections on this course, from rollers to step-ups and step-downs. With the weather rolling in, these juniors are handling it nicely. Renaud of France, 39 seconds, and he will win that heat. Heat number 2 of the men's juniors motos. And folks, after the motos, we will tee up our main races, and it will feature Olympic champions, world champions. All of the big names are here. The Rio Olympics starting in August, so this is a gigantic race for all of these athletes coming up shortly, and a lot of these teams have Olympic spots on the line. They can secure some more spots here at this 2016 World Championships in Medellin as we look at the next generation right here, the men's juniors. But lucky for these guys to come out here and be able to participate. Make a trip to Colombia, coming in from all around the globe. So here we go, heat number 2 of the men's juniors, and it's run 3 of the motos.
Andrew Hughes here in the lead. He got 3rd, in time trial. He ended up on the podium. So he's just taking the lead and trying to run away with it and set a really quick, solid time.
As you see 2 lanes right there, explain that, Rob.
Yeah, here the men go to the right. They have the bigger doubles to start with, and then halfway through that straight, they merge back together, and then they go into the last turn.
So where you see 2 tracks on this course, it's separated between the men and the ladies. In this case, the Aussie Hughes coming through in the number 1 spot, followed by the Frenchman Chorarvin in second. So 2 heats down, 3 to go in the men's juniors. And we are already in run number 3 of the motos. A little bit of a rain delay earlier. Covered the track, kept it dry. Back underway with the action here at the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships. Appreciate everybody's patience. doing a great job here. All the athletes sitting around all morning long trying to wait out that storm that rolled through here earlier. But nevertheless, it is all buffed out and ready to go now for heat number 3 of the men's juniors.
Yeah, Charles Burrell, he ended up 3rd in time trial yesterday. He is here battling it out with his countryman going into the first turn. He's on the inside, so there's a big advantage. So he's able to push his countryman up and take the first spot.
How crazy is it to commit to these jumps and clear those gaps for the first time?
The first time it's scary. Like, you coming out of that turn, you go as fast as you can, and then you go to the first jump, and all these alarm bells go off in your brain like break, break, break. But you just got to keep going and commit to it and just do it.
We're looking at the French team all weekend long. Rob, and they're just dominating right here. French looks like 1 and 2. No. The Colombian edged out the Frenchman,
yes,
Avril, right at their last stretch.
Well, he wanted to get a good time, so he just went all the way to the finish line. And the French, he was happy where he was.
Heat 4, run 3 for the gentlemen. And the juniors putting on a great show. Remember, the juniors are strong. I mean, you know, there was a junior world champion crowned in 2014 and 15. Strombergs, or
Nick Kimman.
Yeah. And he won the juniors in 14. Then he won the worlds in 15. We're going to see him in a little bit. He also won the time trials last night, the world championship title in time trials. So a lot of these youngsters remember their names because you probably see them in the near future winning the elite world championship title. And here we go, Heat 4, men's juniors. 3rd round, run 3 of motos.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Well, the Canadian Alex Tugas had a great snap right there coming out of the gate and powering down that first straight. He ended up 4th yesterday in time trial. I know him a little bit. Well, I actually know him pretty good. And I know he was not happy with that. He wanted to get on the podium. But here, just, you know, this is racing. Because now it's just back to business. Finding a good clean lap and put in a good time. And then go to the main event.
Canada in 1st, Ecuador in 2nd. So the Regois of Ecuador putting the pressure on in 2nd. But it's Alex Tugas of Canada who will take this one home in run number 3 of men's junior motos, Heat 4. Togas, 39.593. Is that a typical time when you match it up against the elite, Rob? Is it what, 36, 37, 38 seconds? What are we going to see later?
Well, we're going to see some drop in time with the elite man. Nick Kimman's quickest time is 36.8. So that's about 2 seconds. That's a big gap.
Here we go, last chance, Heat 5 for the men's juniors to make the main event. And how many kids qualify for the main event, Rob?
Here we have the junior man. They will go straight to a quarterfinal, which they will have 32 riders. It's a single elimination round, so they'll take the top 4, and that will go to the semifinal, and so on and so on.
So this is critical for a spot in the junior men's quarterfinals for the main event.
In junior men, right now, the Frenchmen and the Australians are really dominant and strong force. So we're going to see French and Australia out front most of the time.
So what are you saying? Get used to the
yellow and green.
Green and yellow, yeah, the yellow and green. Looks like it. Australia extremely strong. Look at that. 3 out of the top 4 spots here in heat number 5 of the men's junior motos. So that'll wrap up the junior men. Oh, we're continuing. Oh, we got heat 6.
Yeah, we have 8
Wow.
8 heats. So big pool of junior men here. And just trying to make a name for themselves, right? Before they transfer over to the elite man class.
All right, so I was mistaken. So this, moving on, continuing. Rob had a little stash sheet underneath his pile over here and gave me the update. So thanks for that.
Here you go, Kevin van der Groenendaal, Dutch rider, just got back on the bike. He broke his collarbone about 4 weeks ago. and he's back on the bike, dicing it up with the guys. He's not up to par as where he wants to be, but at least he's on the bike.
I mean, wouldn't a collarbone be a critical part of the body that you need for this type of physical racing?
Yes, but nowadays the doctors can do a lot, and if it's not too complex, they can go in, put the plate on, give us some rest, and then you can pick up riding your bike in like 3-4 weeks.
I'll leave it to them.
Yes.
I'll leave it to you guys for that stuff. They go Peel, #1 spot. Boutique of Switzerland in second. Strong showing by the juniors. If you just joined us, welcome to Medellin, Colombia in the 2016 BMX World Championships. It's the first time this city has hosted this large BMX stage. The world's best are here, elite and juniors. And we have got 2 runs already in the books. And this is run #3 of the men's junior motos.
As you can see, Colombian rider on the gate, so the Colombians are going to be cheering loud to cheer on his rider.
Heat #7. Who do you like here?
Justin Kimman, to be honest. It's the younger brother of Nick Kimman, defending world champion, so it kind of runs in the family.
Saw the Kimman's folks here.
Yeah, Kimman's on the outside right here, next to the rider from Colombia. So the crowd is going wild and loving it.
So Renaud of Colombia doing a nice job fending off the rest of the pack here, coming through the second section. Huge berm before the rhythm section. The Colombian still fending off the rest of the pack.
Yeah, everybody's dicing it up, but just try to stay smooth so they can keep the momentum up. That's just key right now, to get a good spot. You see Kimman getting a little bit squirrely in third, but still get a good spot, the third spot.
Arango unmatched here in this heat. He will take the #1 spot, easily qualify for our main race coming up shortly. So Arango qualifies. Along with an Aussie.
Yeah.
Dutch, rider from China.
The Australian got, from New Zealand, I think he got second, but it wasn't enough to qualify. So he had probably a bad run in the first round or second round. So unfortunate.
Pays to be consistent here in the motos.
Definitely, definitely. In the motos, you've got to be consistent.
All right, this is our final heat for the men's juniors in our motos. Run #3 before we move on to the elite women.
Okay, riders, random start.
Last chance to qualify for the juniors.
Ready, watch the gate.
Main event coming, main race coming your way shortly. Here we go.
Australia right in the middle right there. That is Hopsh, I think, and he got 8th at the time trial yesterday. So he's definitely a fast rider. He came up short on that first double, which just killed his momentum completely. So as you can see, he dropped back to third. So now he's trying to get back up to speed and defend his spot and not drop too far down.
Sport of BMX, very popular. They run rapidly throughout the world. Where is the most growth, would you say, in Colombia area because of riders like Mariana?
Well, South America in general is growing rapidly. Like 5-10 years ago, there was a handful of good riders from South America, but now many more good riders are here, and you're going to see a lot of South American riders competing and being in the main event and trying to win that gold medal today.
A couple Aussies qualified, no surprise again. France in there as we get ready for our elite women. Heat #1, run #3. By the way, there are 3 different runs in the motos. We've cleared 2 of them, picked it up now in run #3 of all the races, junior and elite. Here we go with heat #1 of the women's elite.
With Laura Smolas here, she got second at the time trial yesterday. As you can see, there's only 4 women on the track, so they kind of have like a freebie here. But Laura still is going to go all the way to the finish line to set a really quick time, so she got a good, nice gate pick.
So Laura Smolder's way out in front there, taking it nice and easy, but still has to get that nice time.
She had an injury last year, a knee injury, so she wasn't able to race a lot of races last year, but this year she's been coming up strong, and she's going to try to go to Rio and see if she can better her bronze medal from London.
Yeah, and you know, we're talking to you outside of the booth, and guys like Max Kluwer, our announcer here on site, you guys keep mentioning Laura Smoldergs, and one of the names in your top 3 or top 4.
Yeah, she's definitely a force to be reckoned with.
I mentioned she's an Olympic bronze medalist. The Olympics coming up in Rio de Janeiro in August, and we are 68 days away from the games, and so a lot of things at stake here at the World Championships. Not only a title is on the line for these individual athletes, but teams also want to do extremely well in order to get additional spots to the Olympic Games. So there's more than just a World Championship title at stake here in Medellin, Colombia.
Yes, there definitely is a lot at stake. There's a couple riders in here that are fighting for that one qualifying spot to go to Rio and represent their country at the Olympics. So they want to make sure they get into the main show later today so they can have a good result and then go hopefully to Rio later on this year.
Got a mix of riders in this one: Belgium, Australia, Germany, USA, and Canada. So
yeah, she was hurt a little bit earlier this year, so she wasn't able to ride Papendal, but she's back on the bike. She's leading by a mile, so she's in good shape.
So Van Hoof looking strong here. Heat number 2 of the women's elite motos. Run number 3. So Van Hoof in the number 1 spot, the American in second of Danielle George. Heat 2, run 3.
Here you can see Amelia Walsh wasn't able to qualify.
Yep.
So she's not going to the main show later today, and I am pretty sure that's not enough for her to secure a spot to go to Rio.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
I want to say something about Gabriela Diaz here. She is by far the oldest. She's from Argentina. She's on the inside here in the white and light blue. She's having a really good year so far. She was world champion in 2001 in elite women, so that's 15 years ago. And she's still dicing it up with the young ladies.
Well, the Dutch are in the lead, 1 and 2, France in 3.
Marilla in first right there with Judy Bauer, teammate right behind her. And then Gabriela Diaz is in fourth. Well, she's dropping back to 5th right now. Maybe the fatigue is starting to kick in a little bit. Maybe, you know, the young guns, they have a little bit more energy. So hopefully we'll see if she made it in.
So there you have it, heat 3.
Coming through, Dutch 1 and 2. As I mentioned, France in 3. They held their positions through the whole track. Look, the rain is staying out of the valley here for the moment, Rob. So
and you can see that 5th spot was still enough for Gabriela Diaz to make it into the main show later today. So Amanda Carr is out. I think she was on the bubble as well to get a spot to Rio. So maybe that was a big deception for her today.
To get there, it all begins right here, right?
Yes, they've been, over the last 2 years, it started at May 30th. In 2014, they started to accumulate points for your country to have an Olympic ranking system. So for 2 years, they've been gathering points. You want to end up as high as possible, because the higher you end, if you're in top 3, you can, for example, send 2 ladies. And that's the max amount you can send. And after that, they're just going to fill it up with 1 rider from each country, up till 60 riders max.
BMX made its debut at the 2008 Olympic Summer Games in Beijing, carried it over into London, and stepped it up a huge notch. Been a lot of participants since the games in London, and then now in Rio, the medal rounds. August 19th will be the medal rounds for BMX.
Yes,
after
yes.
all the prelims and qualifications are out of the way, so keep your eyes peeled August 19th for the main medal rounds of BMX racing.
Ready, watch the gate.
Here we go, heat 4 for the women's elite motos, run number 3.
The Maglia Prote right in the middle there from France, having a great start and just pulls away from everybody here. She's a former world champion as well in elite women. So she's a force to be reckoned with. Also, Sarah Walker is in this moto. She is trying to get that one spot to go to Rio. She's been hurt the last couple of years. This is her first race or second race back this year. She had a horrendous crash in practice earlier this week. She was not able to raise her arm above her shoulder, she told me. So she's like, you know what, I'm going to go on the gate and see what happens, and I'm going to tough it out and hope for the best.
Like every sport, Rob, she wins it easily. Like every sport, there's always that one or two, you know, the common injuries in every sport. In skiing, it's a knee, you know, it's usually knees and a blown out knee.
Yep.
What is it in BMX that you experienced over years? I know you didn't have too many injuries, but what is it for a lot of others that you see?
Shoulders is very sensitive because they often take the first impact. But most of the time, they can just walk away from it. They're banged up. Don't get me wrong. They feel the pain, but they like gladiators. They don't. You know what? Let's tough it out.
Yeah.
I can move everything. Let's get it on.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not familiar with BMX, and I came here, got introduced to it in Medellin, Colombia. Rob took me around, and he said, "Wait till you see these guys. They're warriors."
Yes.
And you see behind the scenes the things that they do in preparation and with the physical therapists. It is amazing behind the scenes. Very, very tough group of athletes here in BMX. As we look at heat number 5 of the women's elite motos, run number 3.
Well, this is a nice run right here. They're battling for Horikova's battling for second, and with the Australian lady for third. Horikova didn't want to give way, so she pushed the Australian lady almost into the banner on the inside.
When is it to where somebody interferes to be disqualified? Is it an elbow, an intentional contact? It would have to be intentional, right?
No, in BMX you can actually push somebody off the track.
Really?
Yeah, so it happened last year in the main event. David Graf in the elite man, he went from third to first. Well, Sam Willoughby was just railing the turn too wide and left the door wide open, and Graf was like, you know what, I'm going for it. Dove low, went up, and said hi to Sam Willoughby, gave him elbow, and Willoughby just went off the track. And that's perfectly fine as long as it's not a T-bone where you just ram your bike straight in somebody else's bike.
It's probably just not perfectly fine when it comes to the etiquette, though, of the sport. Just outside of the arena.
You can see Maris Strombergs, 2-time Olympic champion, and Renaud van der Biesen right with him from the Netherlands.
Oh, we're moving on to the men already. Here we go. We're just cranking through them, trying to beat the rain.
Yep.
Heat number 1. Men's elite motos. Run number 3, Maris Strombergs, the 2-time Olympic champion. He's the only guy to win an Olympic gold in the sport of BMX for the men, anyway. Yeah,
Renaud coming back from injury as well. This is his first race back. I talked to him earlier this week, and he said, like, I feel good. A little bit rusty, but within qualifying warm-up, I'll dust it off, and I'll be ready for the show.
All right, so there is a good look at how fast the men are going to be as we finish up heat number 1 and move on to heat 2. Nick Long of the U.S. is in this one. He's a big name, strong rider. Been watching him in training and just through some of the earlier rounds in the motos.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And that's Nick Long right there, closest to us, number 64.
Yeah, he's having a great year so far, except for Papendal. He has something with Papendal. Him and Papendal don't really go hand in hand for some reason, but in Argentina and in Great Britain, he had a great result in the World Cups. So keep an eye out. Even if he messed up, I think we'll see what the previous rounds were. I think he still will make it. But we'll find out when they cross the finish line.
So it takes 3 consistent runs and make up for it in other areas. Nick Long looks out of the race and coming through first in this one. Results in a second.
Yeah, this does not favor Nick Long gate pick if he transfers over to the main show, because that there's a really slow time. So if he's going to have last gate pick, so he's going to be definitely on the outside.
You were saying, so the inside is the closest to us here at the camera shot, and that is
Okay,
typically the pick of the top rider, right?
That's where you want to be. You know, if you go down the first race, elbow to elbow, which they're doing a lot, you have the advantage. You're on the inside, you can push everybody up the turn and take that fine line.
It's like the Colombian gets out in front, dives into that first berm, and way out in front, Carlos Ramirez of Colombia has the crowd going crazy here. Home country favorite.
Yes, they call him the little magician. He can do things on the track that pretty much nobody else can do. He can do moves and pass anybody on command. A believable rider.
That's a cool name.
Yeah.
You said that name yesterday. Reference Talladega Nights.
No, you see me now, you don't.
Well, right there, he was magic. Ramirez of Colombia, with a lot of horns, a lot of fans making some noise here in Medellin, Colombia at the World Championships. So the Colombian looking solid as he will head to the main race. Heat number 4, men's motos, run number 3.
Keep an eye on number 24, Corbin Chirac, winner of the first World Cup this year. Very down-to-earth rider, but super fast on the bike.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
American right there is in the middle of the pack.
There you go, he's out front, and he's going to just, I'm pretty sure he's going to take it home.
So he clearly gets the whole shot around the first turn. Pro section, men's down the left, women on the right. And after this gigantic berm right here, that's pavement, the rhythm section hits them. The men now stay on the right-hand side through this section. Oh, and a big pass there. Looks like Corbin just gave up.
Maybe he passed, maybe he's fine with what he got going on. I don't know. Tori Nighthawk, he needs that win. Earlier in the motors, he crashed, and so he needs that first spot to have a low score and make it into the main show today. You can see number 19 just rolling out of the screen. Justin Posey had a really bad crash last year. A long time to get back from that, but last couple races he's back on the circuit, and each race he's getting better and better. So he will be back on top pretty soon.
Carlos Diaz of Colombia, closest to us. He has lane number 1.
Okay, riders, random
He's
start.
the top seed in this one, and obviously
Riders
the top pick for
ready,
the fans.
watch the gate.
Here we go. This is Heat 5, men's elite motos, run 3.
Yeah, Joris Harmsen has been having a good year. He's very fast, but at the big races, it doesn't seem like he can make that next step. Like he gets to the semi, and then it just doesn't click yet. But he definitely has the pace, so hopefully he can put it together today and end up with a good result.
It's all out for these riders as Olympic spots are on the line, a world championship title on the line, the coveted and prestigious yellow jersey.
Carlos Diaz taking it. And he lost it. And, you know, as you can see, he almost took Joris Harmsen out, and it just, unfortunately, that sometimes happens. You just mind your own business, and all of a sudden the guy just loses control, and it takes you with you. That is part of the sport.
That's the first big crash that we've seen featured in this Heat 5 of the men's elite motos. Run 3, we had 2 runs earlier on, a little rain mixed in. The track was covered, saved, now it's dry, buffed out, and ready for the best riders to continue action here in Medellin at this track named after Olympic champion and local rider Mariana Pajón. Heat number 6 now coming your way. Who do you like in this one?
Gonzalo Molino from Argentina has been coming up the ranks for the last 2 years. Like, is one of those South American guys that have been really getting competitive.
Plate 595 closest to you.
Light blue.
Gonzalo.
Here you go, and you can see in the middle Renaud Blanc, also a really good rider. He made 2 main events at the World Cup circuit this year, so he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. And this is he's going to be fighting for a spot with his fellow Swiss guy, rider, David Graf. They only have 1 spot for Rio, but they have 2 really, really good riders. So besides trying to get the Olympic, the rainbow jersey today, they're also fighting for a spot for Rio.
And I'm sure they're super good friends off the, teammates, off the track, right? I mean,
I heard something like this. They're not talking
right now,
too.
anyway.
They're not talking too much to each other. So maybe it looks like the pressure is getting a little bit high. So they don't want to talk to each other.
Here we go now. Heat number 7 for the men's elite.
Okay. Yeah, Jeremy Rancurel from France, young rider, super talented. In the junior, when he was in the junior class, he was having some good results. So he's here in lane 3, number 29. Keep an eye on him.
Julian Schmidt has lane number 1 of Germany. And all these guys blasting down that 30-degree pitch before the first jump, first rollers.
Yeah,
super tough. How fast are you going right there at the bottom of that hill?
At the bottom of the hill, you're going about 60 kilometers an hour. So you go from 0 to 60 in a very short distance.
Look at that big pass by the Colombian.
Yeah, Rancurel messed up a little bit on the second jump, missed backside, lost all his momentum, was able to clear all the jumps and work his way back to the front.
So the Colombian now, who made a huge pass earlier, drops back into 4th place.
Yes, I think the fatigue started to kick in a little bit, and he wasn't able to carry his momentum through the third straight, and the other guys caught up and passed him.
Heat number 8, men's elite motos here in Medellin, Colombia, the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships. Trace Worthington sitting next to the legendary sport expert, Rob de Vilda. He loves it when I call him the expert.
Yeah. Here on the inside, you see Danny Callowag. He's been a veteran. He's been on the circuit for years and years and years, and he's fighting for that one spot that they're going to have for Rio. As you can see, maybe the nerves got a little bit to him, and he hit the gate and messed up his gate. So let's see what he can do.
His knees buckled there.
Yeah, he went too early, he hit the gate, and then, well, if you go too early and you hit it too hard, you have a chance you go actually over your bars and you'll crash. But he was able to stay on, so he's still in the mix.
No surprise, Krieger's out in the lead of Latvia. Very strong rider.
He had a good time trial run yesterday.
Yeah, he had a very good time trial. He held on to the lead for a long time. 143 of Torres making a pass there. He's solid.
Torres started racing 4 years ago.
Yeah, you were telling me that yesterday.
It's crazy,
absolutely crazy, and he doesn't have like a cycling background of any sort, right? It wasn't like he was a mountain bike racer or.
No, I think what I heard, he was just riding around with his local neighborhood friends. He just having fun, this and that, and then one day he went to the BMX track and he was hooked, and the local scene, they saw potential in him and they gave him a bike, and from there it was history. He won junior man world title last year in Belgium, and now he's in the elite class, and he's making a name for himself.
Lane 1 choice was plate number 212 of Obando Vargas. See who gets the whole shot here. Coming through, looks like 74. Verlan of Italy gets the whole shot.
Martijn Jasper is also a veteran from the Netherlands. He's passing the Italian rider for first, and the Italian is actually falling back to third.
Just like that. Rob, in comparison to some of the other tracks, I know you took it through us earlier, but those who just joined us, compared to some of the other tracks, describe this one. A lot of them are smooth, a lot of them are tough, a lot of them have to, you said have to be aggressive, and some you have to have that finesse. So this might be more of a finesse track.
Every track has its own personality, I say. You have tracks that are for power horse guys, like they have a lot of power, they just can power it. Some tracks you have to finesse it. This track seems to have both. First straight is power straight, but also you got to be really on point to catch a good backside. It's very easy to stay too low on the first jump and tag it and lose a lot of momentum. Second straight, you really have to finesse it. It's really easy to overjump, miss landings, and just completely lose momentum. And then third straight is very technical. You got to stay on point, hit your sweet spots, keep that momentum going. And last straight, that's where conditioning comes into play.
Yeah, no question about it. Heat 10 underway right now. And this, you are watching the men's elite motos. 2 runs in the books already. This is run 3 for the elite men. A spot in the main race on the line here.
Alfredo Campo right here from Ecuador in the lead. He is the tallest guy on the circuit. That guy is huge. And
how tall is he? About 6 what?
6'3", 6'4".
That's a little bike for a 6'4" guy.
Yeah, he's tall. He had a good run in Argentina earlier this year, and as you can see, Dave van der Berg is right behind him. He's been having a good year too.
You can still see the wet patches through the finish as the rain rolled in here earlier. This is a tropical climate, by the way. Now 68 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees Celsius at the moment. Pretty good weather for these riders. I mean, it could be different. It could be sunny and humid and 90 degrees and 30 degrees Celsius. So,
and don't forget about the wind.
Yeah, I think the calm wind and a little bit chill climate is good for these riders. We're looking at heat number 11.
Here with David Herman, also called the Herminator. He's been a veteran on the course. He's been around for a long, long time from America here in the lead with Matthew Cameron right behind him and Matthew Juster from Australia right behind him, another long, tall guy on the circuit.
So the American in the lead right now. David Herman, we'll see if he can hold on to it, but coming up and making a pass.
Yeah, Juster's looking. He wants to get that first. He wants that quick time, so he has a positive, a good gate pick.
So Matthew Cameron coming through in this 3rd run of the men's elite motos in the number 1 spot. Well, this is the city of flowers in Medellin, so the rain does help that.
Oh, definitely. They're known for their flowers. In August, they have the whole month is like flower festival. Like they told me you cannot get a hotel room here in the month of August.
Flower. They also have 2 Guinness Book. They have 2 world records, like made the Guinness Book of World Records, the largest outdoor horse parade and the largest poetry festival beyond the flowers.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a cool spot.
Here, keep an eye on Villegas from Argentina and Komarov from Russia.
Watch the gate.
Heat 12 for the men.
Komarov here with the hole shot, which he's known for to get the hole shot. But for some reason, he's often not able to hold on to it and loses control along the way. Like here, he came up short. See if he can hold on to it. Here comes Villegas on the inside, trying to put a move on Komarov, but it wasn't able to pull it off. So there you go. They're going to bring it down the last straight, try to hit those marks, and get a nice time. Here they're racing it, battling it out for the finish line. I think looks like Argentina took it.
So an exciting round of motos picking up the action as the weather again rolled in earlier. These guys did a great job. The organizers did an amazing job covering the track and keeping it dry. And it has been a challenge sort of going through that routine over the past few days. They've done an amazing job. Everybody's happy with the way the track has turned out here in Medellin, Colombia.
Yeah, you see a couple of rough spots here and there, but it's more cosmetic. It's not really messing up the riders too much. So it's good they're covering the track and the track stays raceable. And they're going to keep an eye on that radar consistently, so make sure they're not get the track wet.
Now, yesterday, Rob, we witnessed some exciting time trial races, and world champions were crowned. And let's take a look back, because we have the elite women did just an amazing job. So we're going to take a look back at some of the races from last evening that took place.
Yeah, here we have. You can see it's dark. We had some rain delays yesterday, so we had to postpone the super time trial. As you can see, Stavou from Brazil getting on the gates. He had the 16th fastest time trial time in the qualifying time trial. So she's up first, and then we'll work our way down to the fastest girl time trial.
So you're watching now just to look back at the women's elite super final in the time trials, where a world champion was crowned. We're not going to tell you.
No, time
who it was.
Time trial is a little bit, it's a lot different than just what you just earlier saw with racing against other riders. Here, a time trial, it's you need to hit every spot perfectly. You want to keep your momentum up. You want to ride nice and low in the turns, keep your momentum up, and bring it home. So it's just you and the track.
It's so much different, and this is not an Olympic medal sport. I mean, we talked about maybe as of yet, Rob, but these guys are working on it.
Yes, maybe in the near future. Who knows?
Meeting the time trial part of BMX. Of course, BMX was introduced in 2008 as a full medal sport. You see 45.039 for the Brazilian.
You see Felicia Stansel from America. She had a couple of rough runs this year, but she was happy to be back on this at the World Championships and to represent herself and also the country.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Here you go, she's coming down the starting hill, coming up a little bit short there. That's going to cost her a little bit. Well, not compared to Stavo that went earlier, but later on we're going to get faster riders, and they're probably going to end up past her because they're a little bit more on point and keep their momentum up better.
Stansel of the United States here in this women's time trial. Taking a peek back at some of the great races from last evening before we get back into our main race action here at the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships from Medellin, Colombia. Welcome all of you who have just joined us. I'm Trace Worthington, sitting next to Olympian and world champion in BMX, Rob de Wilde. And there is plate 388 from the Netherlands. So the Dutch rider coming up of Judy Bouw.
Having a strong year this year. I actually see he's behind McLeod, picked lane 8, not sure why. Apparently she likes that spot. Look at that focus in her eyes.
And these guys are clipped in. Explain that, because everyone wonders, how are they balancing right there?
Balance is all in the handlebars.
Okay.
So your upper body's nicely straight. You just lose a little bit, hold the balance a little bit with her handlebars. As you can see, she came up way short, and she know right away, it's like, this is not going to be good enough. You know what? I'm just going to roll it out, jump a little bit, but it's not going to be good enough to make it onto the podium. And that's what time trial is all about. You know, get a perfect lap and just get on the podium. Or if you make a couple of big mistakes, you know, that's it. They know it's over.
Melinda McLeod. Taking it easy. Stansel of the United States still with the best time of 44.72 in the women's elite time trials.
Yes, he doesn't look too happy about this lap. Now here we go to Judy Bouw. She's been having a really strong year this year, so she was selected to go with the Netherlands and come to this event.
So Judy Bouw blasts out of the gate. Just to get you up to speed, you have the starting straight right here, and it's the first of 4 sections, and then moving on into this pro section where you'll see the women taking the right-hand side, the men go on the right. And after this large berm coming up, you'll see Bouw cruising up and then diving into the rhythm section where the women stay on the left and the men stay on the right, just to give you a little course preview. And this course being a little bit longer than some of the others, and a lot of chatter behind the scenes about fatigue setting in during the final stretch right here.
Your legs are burning, screaming to you, and then you still have to go over these big rollers, and this is where it's challenging to just stay on pace.
You and I were talking about just the amount of races that each rider has to go through in the good case that you make it to the main event,
yes,
right? Or the super fun, you know, in the time trials, whatever. But it's like you have all of the training runs, and then you have to come out and warm up, and then the rain rolls in. They cover the track. You come out, you warm up again, and then you go through all the motos, qualify, you know, for the main races, and then you have to go through all of those from the 8th all the way down to the main event. And there's just a lot of pedal pushing here.
Yeah, here you have Adlikova from Czech Republic. She's been around the circuit for a long time. This will be definitely her last year, and then trying to get to the Olympics, represent her country, and then she's probably going to put the bike aside and do something else in her life.
So Hladikova over a quarter of a second out, or no, about 3 seconds out there. So.
Yeah, she's keeping her momentum up pretty nicely here, so let's see if she can keep it together on the last straight.
44.72 still the time to beat. I was mistaken earlier. She had actually less than a second, and then she gained a little bit of time there. So that.
But not enough.
Good, yeah, not enough. It's all about winning this time trial, right?
Yes,
it's all about being crowned
the
world champion and grabbing the Covenant rainbow jersey.
Yeah, the time trial does not count towards the Olympics in Rio. This is just, you know, to win the time trial rainbow jersey and also bragging rights in the pit.
Russia's Bondarenko coming down now. You see the green graphic down below. Being in the green is good. Under pace.
Yeah, a lot of girls having issues with this second straight. It's not a difficult second straight. The difficulty is in catching backside perfectly and keep that momentum going. It's very easy to overjump and then just lose your momentum. And they're going to be able to jump the last 2 big doubles, which are key, especially in the time trial.
So Bondarenko comes into this final stretch. The grandstands with all the fans are right next to the finals stretch area. Stancil of the United States still holds down the #1 spot and still right there.
Yeah, Russia, man, they've been coming up strong in the men's side, but also in the women's side.
So Bondarenko now sets the pace.
Going to the hot seat.
Made of flowers.
Of course.
Made of flowers.
Here you have Marguerite Portier, former world champion from France. I watched her in training and practice, and she looked really good.
Yep.
Okay, riders, random start.
Super strong. I mean,
Riders ready.
you look at the legs, and I've covered a lot of skiing before too, and you see the same strength in these athletes' legs. Just pushing hard in the green. That's good. Here we go. Potier setting now a new pace. See if she can hang on to it.
Yeah, those 2 first jumps look clean, very clean. Here she's going up a little bit high in the first turn, so she's covering more distance. So that's going to work against her. But second straight, she's looking smooth so far. 0.3 of a second out.
Some speed.
Definitely.
Now a lot of the riders too, like tweak their handlebars coming off the jumps and over the rollers. Is that just for balance, or?
Yes, that's just you know, to keep the balance so they can spot the landing and push it down. It's just you know, like the way you run kind of thing. So they just have it. If you ask them to do jump straight, they will screw up.
4.4276 for the French woman, and that will be the new time to beat. She'll sit down in the hot seat, made of beautiful Medellin, Colombia flowers. And we look at Reynolds of Australia now. Australia coming in with such a powerful team into this World Championships. Coach Wade Boots has done a phenomenal job. And as you mentioned, Rob, we're going to see a lot as we get into the elite rounds of the main races. We're going to see a lot of yellow and green.
Yeah, she was the first girl to jump the triple into the first turn. Wasn't pretty, but
doesn't have to be. It's survival.
Yes, exactly. She cleared it, and then the second time she went for it, she hit it perfect. And here you just saw she jumped it perfectly as well. Here you go, a little bit of twisting just to stay in the rhythm. Looking good, really smooth right now, keeping that momentum up. Here's just fighting through that pain, that burn in your legs, trying to finish it strong.
And she does it by almost 1 second. So Reynolds, your new leader in the women's elite time trial. And this took place all last night, the evening before the big races today, which we're about to see shortly, featuring a lot of the ladies that you're seeing here, in addition to the elite men, Olympic champions, world champions. Everybody is in the house. There's Olympic spots on the line here, world championship titles at stake. The Covenant Rainbow jersey presented by UCI, that is here and ready to be put on somebody's back. And here we go with Van Hoof of Belgium.
Jumping that third jump as well, 50-50 we call it. The front wheel goes over, the back wheel hits the top, but it's still better than not jumping it at all. Oh, she lost a lot of speed there. And then when you lose all that speed, you got to pedal all the way around that second turn, and it feels like that second turn never ends.
Besides the challenges of Mother Nature wreaking havoc on this particular track, just from a racing perspective, if you didn't have the weather, indoor versus outdoor, I mean, is it a lot easier to race indoors, or were you an indoor rider or an outdoor rider?
I was more an outdoor rider. Indoor, they often are just tighter tracks, so I wasn't really able to open it up. Outdoor, the tracks are bigger, longer, so it suited me better.
Gabriela Diaz of Argentina now. She is the 10th rider of 16 in the women's elite time trial super final.
Yes, the veteran right here.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
This top section, 30-degree pitch plus out of the start, and speeds here reaching over 50 kilometers per hour. A lot of G-forces to handle coming into that first jump.
Yes, he had a great start, but came up short on the second jump. Looking really good so far.
So Diaz has to make up a little bit over a half a second if she wants to be in that hot seat.
But as you can see, look can be deceiving. She was 0.5 seconds, half a second behind Lauren Reynolds already.
Yeah, she just kept losing time there just by a little bit. She's in third. Reynolds still remains in the lead. 44.27 is the time to beat here in the women's elite time trial super final. And here's Elise Post of the United States, dominates the pro circuit in the United States, nicknamed the Beast.
Yeah, she had a big crash earlier that day. She jumped way too far, went over the bars, hit her chest on the bars, jumped right back up, got back on the bike, and did it again.
Resilience.
Yeah, expect a really fast time from her.
Huge air.
Yeah, big as she's known for that. She likes to air it out. She's better at jumping than at manualing.
That was a good. I mean, is it good to catch? Sometimes it's not good to catch too much air, right? You got to kind of stay low, and
you want to stay as low as possible, but you want to make sure you can clear the jump.
Yeah.
But if you don't, if you come up short, it's going to lose momentum no matter what. So you're better than to jump a little bit higher to make sure you clear it than not. Here we go. Oh, she's about to lose. Oh, that's going to cost her. She had a great time.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Still 1 second, man, but there's a lot of heavy hitters still coming up. I have a feeling that bobble on the last straight is going to cost her at the end.
A lot of heavy hitters, including Mariana Pajón of Colombia, the local rider here from Medellin. She is the Olympic champion, superstar here in Medellin. She's coming up shortly, along with Caroline Buchanan of Australia, who's riding extremely strong. She is the defending world champion. Right now, we are looking at Stephanie Hernandez, another very solid rider. As you mentioned, Post, we'll see if that time can hold. I mean, with all these top riders coming up.
Yeah. Stephanie's known for being really strong down the first straight. Not so much for technical riding, but we'll see what happens here.
Hernandez, the gate blast down for her, dropping in hot. A little off the pace.
Oh, man. It looked like she unclipped on the second jump, and she still went for it, but then it just cost her because she was not able to control that third jump at all. 0.7 seconds behind it. That's a huge gap. She's not going to be able to make that up.
So Hernandez, for at least the time trials part of this World Championships, is kind of circling the drain, slowing down there. Just try to get some rest.
Yeah, and she knows if she sits down, she knows she screwed up, and it's like it's not a good time.
Just to get you up to speed, we are checking out last evening's Women's Elite Super Final in the time trial before we get underway with our live action of the main races, where we'll see the men's 8th finals get underway here in Medellin, Colombia. We thank you for joining us, Trace Worthington, along with Rob de Vilde for all the action. And here is the Russian coming down now with already in the red.
Yes. Oh, she's airing it out, and she's coming. Oh,
she's down hard.
She went down hard. She came up short. The front wheel didn't clear the top, so that pretty much results in always going over the bars. Let's see. She's got trained by Thomas Allier, a former world champion as well, at the UCI Cycling Center in Switzerland. So they have this program there to help lesser developed countries to get their athletes a little bit up to speed, and then be a competitor, and hopefully the younger guys, the grassroots, will pick up on that, and then eventually they will become a strong nation. So Suvorova has been in Switzerland for a long time, been riding really strong. Too bad she crashed.
Good time to talk about the equipment. You know, back in the day when you rode, you weren't clipped in. You had flat pedals. You also you had open face masks too. So these guys are wearing the full face mask. You saw right there the impact that came down on her face. So the full face protection helmet there helped the Russian. There's no question about it. What else has changed? They padded up more and differently than your day? Maybe just lighter pads?
Yes, definitely lighter pads. When I was racing, we had really bulky pads. I didn't like it. I couldn't ride with them, so I raced without any pads.
Yeah.
So if I would go down, I would just take it as it is, and but it just was hampering me too much. But so the technology's been improving so much for padding, safety, helmets, bikes, everything.
And if you know Rob de Vilde from back in the day, or you're sitting next to him in the booth right now with him, he's a pretty burly dude. burly Dutch dude. So I can't imagine you with pads. You with bulky pads.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be on the course with you, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. I try to keep that image going, right? So, and it's some situation to help me out. So people kind of back off from me a little, so it opened the way for me.
Well, you had a good wide, I would imagine you were wide on the track, right?
Mm-hmm.
Between your size and the bulk of your pads, I would imagine it was hard to get by you.
Yeah, a little extra weight didn't hurt in the turns when you had to elbow another guy.
It didn't hurt you, it hurt other people, bro.
I'm sorry, but it's not my problem.
Exactly.
You're a great shot of the track. The wind. Also,
last night was,
the wind was all day. The first practice earlier in the day, there was headwind down the first straight, and then when they started the qualifying for time trial, they had tailwind down this first straight. Wasn't a lot of wind. It wasn't a big change. It didn't look like a big change, but for when we ride on the track, that's a huge change. So in practice, the ladies were having issues to get over the first straight. They couldn't jump the first jump, the second jump, third jump. And
because of the headwind.
The headwind, they were slowed down. They overjumped the second straight because they had tailwind there. Now it's flipped.
And here she is, Caroline Buchanan, right now. Former world champion in four-cross mountain bike, world champion in 2013.
Yeah, she knows how to ride the bike. Watched her first practice. She was wrestling hard with the track, but looks like she got it figured out. She swung really wide in that first strand. She barely made it back into the girl straight. She's there a little bit off, but don't forget, Elise made a huge bubble down the last straight.
I caught up with Caroline earlier, and she told me, hey, ironically, this is going to be a good day for me potentially. I am plate number 68, and the Olympic Games are 68 days away. So possibly some good vibes and good mojo coming her way today here at the World Championships. That was last night. Caroline Buchanan setting the pace there with a strong time. And that is now the time to beat with only 2 riders remaining. One in Laura Smolders, the next superstar Mariana Pajón. See if Smolders can get this done here.
Laura having a strong year as well this year. When you watch her ride, it looks like she's not really putting a lot of effort in, but don't get that full view. She's definitely going fast.
Well, Smolders, the bronze medalist from the Olympics in London in BMX for the elite women.
Coming a little bit up short on that third jump, but
when you come up short, I mean, is it half a second almost a lot of times? I mean, it can dock you a ton, right?
Yeah, it can a couple tenths of a second, definitely. And not to forget, it sucks a bunch of energy out of you.
Yeah, right.
And it doesn't help with a track this long. But here she was up on with Caroline. Let's see if she can keep it up and stay in front of Caroline. Now the fatigue is starting to kick in, and she doesn't look too stable here.
Coming in, 41.6 is the time to beat. She does not do it, barely by .301. And so Caroline Buchanan of Australia holds down the #1 spot, and listen to the fans.
There was almost a national disaster happening here. Seriously, like a month ago, she was at Papendal at the World Cup. She crashed. She hurt her shoulder, and it was she almost wasn't able to ride here.
That would have been a national disaster.
That would have been a national disaster. But I talked to her earlier this week, and she said, like, it hurts a little bit. It doesn't bother me too much, but we'll start with practice and see how it goes, and we'll go from there.
And a big thanks to Mariana. We were outside of the hotel, Rob and I, trying to get a cab. Didn't know where to go, and we needed somebody to translate for us in Spanish. And Mariana Pajón came up and told the cab driver to take us to her track named after her, the Mariana Pajón Supercross BMX track. So big thanks to her for the assist in our cab ride.
I don't think we would have made it if she wasn't there.
I don't think so either.
Oh, it's close, very close.
How about that? Here, take him over to the track that's named after me. That's pretty cool. As the locals call it, the Pista de Supercross BMX. Mariana Pajón coming in the final straight right here. The favorite coming in 41.983, and she does not do it. And the Aussie, Caroline Buchanan, will take the World Championship in the Women's Elite Super Final time trial.
Yeah, see, look at the result. Elise, that bubble, she was ahead, like about a second ahead of everybody else, but that bubble dropped her back all the way off the podium in 4th spot. You see the results with Caroline Buchanan winning the gold medal with 41.6 seconds. Laura in second with 3/10 behind, and Mariana Pajón with 3/10 and a little bit behind. So Mariana was really close to securing a silver medal right there.
So that was it for the Women's Elite Super Final in the time trial last night. That was exciting to see the local superstar Mariana Pajón. And let's check out some of the juniors. This was the junior women time trial winner.
This is the youngest sister of Laura Smolders. So it runs also in the Smolders family, not just in the Kimmon family, but also in the Smolders family. She's junior, super fast, and she's trying to eventually next year beating her older sister.
So right there, you saw how she just dominated this time trials race. And what makes her so good as a junior when you're looking at and comparing it to the other juniors? Does she just have the skills through what section of the track?
See, it's just, you know, just better at being, she's stronger, so she can come out of the gate quicker. She has a little bit better skills, you know, just a little bit of everything better.
Yeah.
And that just accumulates, you know, and just her being out front.
It's the whole package deal, so congratulations to her. And she is crowned Junior World Champion. What an exciting moment for these youngsters to come all the way to Colombia and Medellin, experience not only this town, but experience this world stage in the biggest race for the BMXers as she gets that jersey. So,
rainbow
jersey. And here's Richard Renaud of France, and what a race that this youngster had as well. He came out of the gates in the red, 0.2021 behind, and made up some time here in the junior men's division for the time trial.
Here going to the left to the big jumps. And this second straight is tricky, very tricky. They look big, but it's really easy to over jump and miss your backside.
He was a half a second behind here.
Well, it ain't over till the finish line.
Right.
So now conditioning is becoming a big factor.
But making up a half a second with only half of the track left, very impressive. And that is exactly why he brought home the Junior World Championship title. So the French rider, Richard Renaud.
That was amazing.
Junior World Champion. Yeah, no, you said you remember his name because
yes,
we're going to see him creep up into the elite men's division very, very soon, and probably stand on the podium. And Nick Kimmin just put on a incredible show for the elite men, winning the time trial world championship.
Yes, I know him very well, and I know he wants that time trial title really bad. You know, and here you see him tagging every jump, just losing all that momentum, still muscling himself through that second straight, and he's, you know what? You know, screw it, I put my head down, give it all I got, and we'll see what happens right here. So he's flying through this third straight right here. Like, he's had a hard time holding that last turn, and it's just that last straight was smooth as well. And look at that, the fastest time. And he looks at the time on the big screen, and he's like, how is this possible? I just messed up my whole second straight, and I'm still the fastest.
So Nick Kimmin just dominated in the men's elite time trial and brings home a world championship title.
So he has the racing world title, and now also the time trial title in the elite man. Not many people can say that.
Yeah.
I got them both. And he's only 20 years old.
That is unbelievable. And we are back with you. What a great race last night in the time trials. Congratulations to all of the champions. 24 degrees Celsius here in Medellin, Colombia. A lot of rain rolling in throughout the day, making it very inconsistent just for our schedule in general. But the track is buff. The organizers do an amazing job in getting this thing ready, covered while the rain rolled in, and then uncovered when it rolls out to dry off. The UCI Commissioners panel right there, and again, the UCI folks doing an amazing job putting on this BMX World Championships here in Medellin, Colombia.
You see a little bit warm up. We got to explain a little bit about this main show. The top 16 from last year's individual ranking, world ranking, had a free flyby. They didn't have to go do the qualifying motos, so they didn't have to. They didn't race the 3 motos, and so they were automatically into the main show. So now they're just warming up, getting loosed up, and getting comfortable, which could be a huge advantage, but also it could work actually against them. You're saving a lot of energy, but you're not really getting into that raised momentum.
Right.
And that's very important as well. When I was racing, first moto was always like, you know, a feeler, you know, like trying to get in the groove, and then a second moto came around, you're starting to get in the groove, and a third, and you're in the groove. So these ladies didn't race the moto, so they're not really in race mode yet. I'm not sure if it's going to affect them or not, but we'll find out. And they're going straight to single elimination round, so they better make sure they're in the top 4 or else they're done for the day.
So if you just joined us, you were watching some warm-up rounds of the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships from Medellin, Colombia. We are live. Trace Worthington alongside BMX World Champion and Olympian Robert de Wilde. And the warm-up's going on right now before we get into the men's 8th finals. And the big names are here, folks. All of the world champions, Olympic champions are here. A lot at stake here at this 2016 World Championships. Not only the World Championship title is at stake here for 2016, you also have the covenant and prestigious UCI rainbow jersey. That is important to all of these riders, in addition to spots to the Olympic Games. It's not over. They have a lot of the countries may have named a few riders here and there, but for the most part, like every country and every national governing body, Rob, they want to make sure that they have the best riders ready to go right before the Olympic Games. So a lot at stake for these riders, tons of pressure as the Olympics are coming up just at the beginning of August. So what was that pressure like for you as an Olympian 2 months before you walked in the opening ceremonies?
Well, I was fortunate enough to be kind of already automatically in for the Olympics in '08. At that time I was just the best in the Netherlands, and I knew way ahead of time I was going to go to the Olympics. The question was with how many riders were going to go. So we ended up qualifying with 3 total spots with Renaud van der Biesen. He's here, and Rob van der Wildenberg was he converted into being the coach for the development team in the Netherlands. So I kind of knew way ahead already that I was going to go. But then for London, well, these younger guys, they caught up on me and they started to beat me, which I didn't like too much. But, you know, so I had to really fight my way in. Eventually, I didn't make it. I wasn't able to, which was very frustrating. But, you know, the other guys beat me fair and square.
Some good looks at the Aussies, Caroline Buchanan, and a couple shots there warming up. Their coach, Wade Boots, used to ride as well. Very strong coach and a very strong team. We're going to see a lot of yellow and green, and of course some black of the jersey that Mariana Pajón will be wearing a little bit later. The Americans are all here in the house. The sport's come a long way since the early 70s, you know, where it was developed. What I mean, the rumor is Southern California.
Southern
where,
California,
kind of
yes.
Influenced by motocross, and then turned into sort of a, you know, BMX is.
Yeah, back in the
much
day.
Bicycle motocross, right? It's
Yes.
got the name, and then now an Olympic sport.
Yes,
debuting
it's crazy.
in 2008 in Beijing.
Back in the day, they were just going down a big hill, going warp speed on very not safe bikes. They broke off pretty often, so and then going with that speed down the hill was just crazy to me, to be honest. But over the years, it transformed to what it is today.
Before BMX, they called it pedal cross, I believe. Maybe you didn't even know that. Maybe that's what the Californians called it.
Maybe.
See Caroline Buchanan exiting the screen there. Again, if you just joined us, we are in the warm-up rounds and live from Medellin, Colombia, and the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships. The elite riders are coming up. We'll begin with the men here shortly. The 8th finals are coming up, and I tell you what, you're not going to want to miss heat number 1. Nick Kyman, who won the time trial World Championship last night and the World Championships last season, junior world champion from 2014, will be featured in the first heat. Heat number 2 will feature guys like Sam Willoughby of Australia, and then Maris Strombergs, the 2-time Olympic gold medal winner of Latvia, will be riding in heat number 3. So you're not going to want to miss this live from Medellin, Colombia.
No, I just fastened my seat belt and put some elbow pads on because this is the main show, and I'm getting ready for a bumpy ride, man. Nobody's gonna hold back. It's a single elimination, so you want to be in the top 4 each time. So nobody's gonna hold back, and if they have to throw an elbow here and there, they're gonna throw it.
Look at that beautiful shot, the backdrop located in the Aburra Valley and central region of the Andes Mountains, Medellin, Colombia. It's hard to get just from the airport over to here. You have to go over that mountain that you see in the background. There's no real easy way to get into this valley, but once you get into this valley, a lot of locals refer to it as a large cup or bowl. It is absolutely spectacular, known for its flowers, the city of flowers, and supplies about 60% of the flowers to the United States of America and throughout the world, supplying many, many flowers that grow in this spectacular, gorgeous city that is hosting this world stage of BMX racing. And of course, a lot of it is influenced by Mariana Pajón, the Olympic champion. This track is named after her, the Pista de Supercross BMX. Mariana Pajón, her father spent a lot of time here and helping out build this track, and it has only been around since October. And so a lot has happened between October of 2015 and now in May of 2016. So
yeah, once they got the approval to build the track, this Mariana Pajón track, Mariana's dad was like, you know what, I'm going to take control of this. I'm going to oversee everything. I want to make sure everything is the way it should be. I don't want anybody else to mess with it because I want to guarantee that Mariana's name stays as it is.
Right.
So he took control of everything, kept an eye on everything, kept everybody in check. 2 weeks ago, they were still working on the track. He was on the track with a big Jeep, a 4x4 Jeep, packing in the track.
And it's not as much for an advantage for his daughter. It is simply because that family loves the sport, and for the integrity of the sport, they wanted to make sure the track was top-notch, and they had their hands on it for all of the riders throughout the globe, because they knew that when they welcomed the world here in May of 2016, they knew that they had to have a track that accommodates all riders and the sport itself.
Yes, they did, and they wanted to make it a big show. Hey, they wanted to establish like Colombia is a great country, also great race BMX country.
Right. And you mentioned earlier that just the fans, when she is on the streets, it is rock star status. And you told me that over the phone a couple weeks ago when we spoke, Rob. And I was like, everybody who's in their sport that has been an expert in their sport or competed in their sport always thinks that the top person in their sport with the big name is a rock star. Yes. She literally is like.
Yeah, she can't walk over the street, man.
I've heard it before, and she can't even walk on the street, and it's usually not the case. You're absolutely correct. Just watching people come out of the cab drivers, pulled up to the hotel and stopped and got out of the cab and had to get a picture.
Yeah, we were sitting there for like 5 minutes, right? And within that 5 minutes, like 10 people came up like, can we have a picture with you?
I know, it was amazing. And that is so good for the sport of BMX. So congratulations to her and her family for putting BMX on the map, not only globally, but here in Medellin, Colombia.
You know that way back when Mariana was younger, she was racing against the boys instead of the girls?
Oh, really?
Yeah, she was way too good to race against the girls, so they were like, you know what, go ride against the boys, develop yourself that way and get better. And she was doing really well. I heard she was beating them a lot.
Let's talk about the Olympics real quick, Rob, before we get to the men's 8th final, where we get underway. We are live from Medellin, Colombia. The Olympics coming up just around the corner in August. The main medal rounds for BMX racing, by the way, August 19th. The games start 68 days from now. That's when the opening ceremonies will be held in Rio, and a lot of spots are on the line and on the hook for these riders. And one of the advantages is as a team. Now, this is an individual sport.
Yes.
Only one gold medal. There's no team sport. However, when it comes to Olympic spots, team play comes into effect here, right?
Yes, definitely. Like I mentioned earlier in the show, there are only room for 32 riders. They've been collecting points from the top 3 best riders of each country over the last 2 years. And then if you end up with the man, for example, in the top 4 in with your country, you can send 3 riders. If you end up in 5th, 6th, or 7th spot, you can send 2 riders. And from there on, it's only 1 spot. So, and with the women, they can only send maximum 2 riders or 1 rider.
Each country, you mean?
Each country, and they only send 16 ladies. So the top 3, you want to be in the top 3, so you can send 2. And then, and then from 4 on, it's just they add 1. So there are a lot, down, the top list is kind of already set. It's not set in stone yet, but as of the points right now, I don't see a lot of changes happening. But from like 10 and lower, there's going to be this wide open, and a lot of people can come in and take a spot.
All right, we are about to get underway with the men's Elite 8 finals at the UCI 2016 BMX World Championships, live from Medellin, Colombia. And the weather is hanging tough here. A lot of the rain earlier on has shifted out of the valley. In the surrounding mountains, we are 5,000 feet above sea level, and this heat number 1 is a biggie. Nick Kimmin, the winner and world champion of the time trials last evening. And he is one of the favorites, arguably, well, statistically, not arguably, for the Olympic gold this year, unless Strombergs can make it 3 for 3.
Yes, it's like Stromberg has been coming up strong this year. He won the last World Cup in Papendal, beating Nick Kimmin on his home turf. So didn't sit well with Nick. So he's like, you know what? I'm going to win time trial.
And Nick Kimmin right there in with plate number 1, far to the left-hand side. That is lane number 1. That is the top seed choice. And as Rob has told me many times before, 98% of the top seed guys who get to choose their lane will choose lane number 1 for that inside track, and you will see them come around and bomb into that first right-hand turn after a series of jumps and rollers. And we are about to get underway with the men's elite 8 finals. The top 4 now will advance to the next round of action, the quarterfinals. So it's all about being in the top 4.
Set. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Here we go. Watch for Nick Kimmin after the first kink. He accelerates so fast to the first jump. So if he has a clear room, look for him to just go to the front right away. And here's in the lead. It's just now it's just a matter of just hold that position and bring it all the way back to the finish line. But you see the guys behind him. Tana Sebesta driving there to the second spot, pushing out a bunch of guys. And then Martijn Jaspers fights back and gets back to second. So as you can see, you only see 3 riders, so there's still 1 spot available, which is Kyle Evans gonna get. So that will bring him into the quarterfinals.
So Dutch riders go 1 and 2, Kimmins and Jaspers. And USA in 3 of Sebesta. Top 4 advance here in this men's Elite 8 finals. So Kimmin, Jaspers, Sebesta, and Evans will move on to the men's quarters.
Yeah, Renaud was in there here. You can see he didn't make it. He's going to be the hometown favorite over at the Rio. He's from the hosting country, so he's definitely going to have a spot. So he's the one person that's for sure going to show up at the Rio.
Well, this is a big heat, Rob. Looking at Joris Dudet of France with plate number 33, Sam Willoughby of Australia with plate 7 right there. You have the Dutch rider wedged in the middle there. This is a big heat.
Yeah, David Graf and his buddy Sam Willoughby next to each other in lane 3 and 4. So let's see what happens.
You were talking about that earlier. A little tussle possibly. Here is the second heat of the men's 8 finals out underway. Willoughby with the whole shot.
There you go, Sam Willoughby in the first, with Joris Dudet staying really low and getting going to the second spot. Graf in third, and Dave van der Berg in fourth there. He better make sure that he keeps fighting and keep that speed up, because the guy from Australia is really behind him and trying to take that 4th spot.
Willoughby hanging tight with France in second of Joris Dudet. So 1 and 2, Willoughby, Dudet, Graf qualifies, as well as the Dutch rider, Van der Berg.
Yeah, you have a photo finish right here. They're going to determine who is fastest. Graf won that one. You're going to see everybody going to the finish line as hard as they can, because that time will come into effect with your lane choice in the quarterfinals. And the further you go to the outside, the less good position you get. So you don't want to be on the outside.
So that's 2 of the 8 finals underway.
Pretty exciting race here in the men's 8th race. Heat number 2 in the books. A lot of the usual suspects in the top 4 there. They will advance to the quarters. Heat number 3, this is also a biggie, featuring 2-time Olympic champion. But right now, you look at the results. Willoughby, Dudet qualify number 1 and 2. 4 again move on. And here we go with the heat number 3 lineup. Strombergs, 2-time Olympic champion, and his fellow teammate next to him in Kriegers. 9:21.
Looks like they're on hold right here. That's Tori Nyhawk, 49 on the outside with his helmet off. So they're on hold right here. And this is a tricky part, man. You walk up that stairs, you're starting to get in that focus in the groove, and then you get to the top, and all of a sudden you just gotta stop. You gotta wait, and you're ready to go.
Yeah, it's like every sport. You don't want to be delayed. So the guys trying to keep it together, having a little extra few seconds to think, just kind of like you know, a pause in a basketball game when you see and you know, and a coach calls a timeout before a you know, free throw or a guy kicking a field goal in football, and it's the same way. It affects, and no, there's no trick here. There's nobody holding it up. It's just there's one little thing that could be they're fixing on the track, whatever the case may be, but those little delays definitely can affect some of the riders. Maris Strombergs closest to you with 81 on his plate, the two-time Olympic champion. We'll see if he can get it done and advance to the second round. Most likely will, unless something goes extremely wrong.
Yes, definitely. But, you know, BMX, anything can go wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's going to do pretty okay. He ended up third at a time trial yesterday.
Okay, riders, random start.
So the white and purple Strombergs closest to you. His teammate Krieger's next to him out of the gates. Down
yeah, he's out. He's gone.
Degree. Yeah, he's out.
He says, you know what, guys, I'm out. See you later. David Herman on the outside from America. He's on the outside, which is not where you kind of want to be, because you leave the door wide open on the inside for other riders to go into. Then we have Matthew
Cameron from New Zealand.
From New Zealand in second there, the Venezuelan rider there in third, and Herman there in fourth. He's right on the ball and he's fighting it out there with the Australian Bodie Turner, and Bodie Turner is shopping right there.
So the American right there, you have David Herman trying to hold on to that fourth position. It's all about getting in the top four, but he gets passed right there, I believe, by the Aussie. He does, so Turner comes in hot up onto the American and will make the quarterfinal.
Man, that was a good battle. So you see Stromberg just pounding out of that gate and just already have half a bike length on everybody.
I mean, not only does he have the inside track, but he's also ahead of everybody by the bottom of that 30+ degree pitch.
Yes. You know he has a secret?
What?
He comes down the hill, and right before the transition at the bottom, he does a back pedal. Nobody else does that.
You're kidding me.
Yes. I don't even want to try to attempt that because I'm going to crash, but that just gives him this extra pedal stroke to lay down some power, and that could be the difference of being behind the person's elbow or in front of somebody's elbow, which is huge down the first straight.
Heat number 4, men's 8th finals in our elite races. And Nick Long has plate 64 right there closest to you. Top seed, he chose lane 1. So all eyes on Long. We'll see if he can get out of the gates quick, just like you saw Strombergs do, get that whole shot.
Ready, watch the gate.
There we go.
There you go. He was a little bit late, but see if he can make that up. There you go. He just powers past the French rider, Renaud, which is still young, but, man, like you see, he's in second place right there. He's definitely a good rider and definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with in the near future.
Renaud holding on tight in second place. It's a battle right now, 1 and 2 held by America and France. It is a battle now for 4th place. Look at the tight race between 4th and beyond, Rob.
Yes, it's right there, the Argentinian and the Colombian. It looks like the Colombian is going to have the advantage over the Argentinian rider, but man, go look at the Colombians back there just going crazy.
Go nuts. Carnage. A man goes down in the back, but it is Colombia who will advance, and that's exactly why you heard the audience, spectators going crazy. So a Colombian now finally in the mix.
I used to love racing in Colombia, man, or South America, and overall they get really into it. They're, you know, I don't know, maybe it's the Latino in them. They just get really into it. So the South Americans here, man, they have a huge support, and definitely when there's a Colombian in the mix, you will hear the supporters.
We're going to see another Colombian coming up, a big name too. Carlos Oquendo will come up in heat number 5. So the top 4 now look like this. It is Long, Renaud, Blanc, and Lopez of Colombia, who will advance now to the men's quarters. Coming up next, heat number 5.
Okay, riders.
Beautiful weather here. We are live at the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships in Medellin, Colombia. Heat number 5, and here we go.
Carlos Oquendo, the little magician here on the inside. He wasn't out the gate strong. The Latvian rider sure was. From the Velde out front, dominating. But now pay attention to number 2, man, the Colombian rider. He knows this track inside out, and he already, there you go, he already took first place.
So Oquendo fending off the rest of the field. He's got that number 1 position held down tight. Dutch rider coming up on him hot, not Dutch, but another rider coming up on hot of Latvia, but it is all about 4th place.
Well, we got a Bella going on for 4th. The Danish rider was not able to hold on, and the German rider went around him in the last turn and take that 4th and final qualifying spot.
Colombia, Latvia, Argentina, and Germany will advance. So Oquendo gets the crowd fired up here in Medellin.
Here you go, little magician keeping it nice and low on the 2nd straight, passing Van der Velde.
It's a cool shot.
Yes.
Look at that, pedaling through the air.
Yes. I never did that. They've never really understood that, but it will have to. It has to do with with their momentum, their vibe, their their flow.
Heat 5 of 8. Now in the books, we'll move on to Heat 6 and the men's elite 8th finals. The top 4 qualify for the quarterfinal, so this is an important race. This next one featuring some brilliant riders as well.
Yes, we have
Phillips,
Prince
right
William Liam here on the inside, former world champion.
Watch the gate.
And, oh man, he came out of the gate super strong, so he's going to be out front right away. With Twan van Gant right behind him from the Netherlands. This is his first race back after an injury. He felt a little bit rusty, he said, but you know what? He's gonna hang it all out, and we'll see what happens.
In addition to the World Championships, you have overall world champion from basically the year-long, the points and all that stuff. And Phillips obviously won that before a couple times over.
Liam is making mistakes. I'm not used to seeing that from him. So Tremanis is going to first, and then Twan is like, you know what? I'm going to take that 2nd space from Liam. So he's dropping back. So that's going to affect his gate pick for the next round.
Tremanis gets it done. The Latvian comes through in the number 1 spot. Van Gent of the Netherlands in 2nd. Phillips gets in the quarterfinal. Good replay here. You have a rider down in the back, Rob, that luckily was in the back and didn't cause any delays in the front of the pack.
Well, we're not going to be able to see what happened to Liam down that 3rd straight, but he definitely lost speed and went from leading to 3rd.
And there are your 4 qualifiers. They will head to the men's elite quarterfinals and try to chip away at the brackets here. As we look at our next lineup, this is Heat 7. And Heat 7, who chose we have another Colombian rider here.
Yeah, I have to correct myself. That is the little magician. The previous one was Carlos Oquendo, the bronze medalist from London. So I made a mistake. This is the little magician in lane 1. Keep an eye on this guy, man. He's a super phenomenal, fun rider to watch.
278. Ramirez blasts out down that 30-plus degree pitch into the first jump, and he gets the whole shot easily. So the plate of 278. Oh, that's Mir. No, we have a Colombia down front.
Yeah, that's the graphics are not correct. Little Magician is in front with the Argentinian rider in 2nd, and then Mir, the French rider, in 3rd. So Torres, the young rider, trying to hunt down the Little Magician. And here's Jelle in 5th spot. You got 2nd at the world champion last year, but this is his first race back after an injury. So he's like, kind of take this race more just to kind of get going a little bit because it's pretty sure he's going to go to the Olympics in Rio. So here you go, you see the Little Magician jumping to the outside. Yella's right out, like he's in the mix, but he's on the outside, not where you want to be. And here you go, trying to finish strong, quick time. So hopefully a good gate pick later in the next round.
Another Colombian doing extremely well here. So Ramirez qualifies. Torres, Mir. So a good solid crew moving on to the men's elite quarterfinal. This is heat 8 now, the final heat of the men's 8th final. Anthony Dean of Australia. Corbin Shara of the United States is a big name in this heat. Alfred Campo. You have Upshaw, also of the United States. James Palmer of Canada, so Canada in the house for this one. And Vanderbiesen of the Netherlands, the Dutch rider, also solid.
Yeah, yes, you can see here they're on hold. So there's probably somebody down on the track, so they're gonna have to stay relaxed and focus. Here you see Renaud Vanderbiesen from the Netherlands. Went to Beijing, went to London. Now he's trying to get his spot for Rio. And I talked to him earlier this week, and he's like, well, this is it, man. It's all or nothing. If I make it, awesome. If not, you know, this is the last race, or, you know, I'm gonna call it quits for my career.
Talk about Corbin Shara from the United States, who's in this heat. Pretty impressive story you were telling me. He won his first World Cup back in 2011, and that was 7 years ago.
I was in that main.
Yeah, you were in the main, and then he's won a World Cup this year. So,
yes, he's been looking really good. He's the only rider so far that made all 3 mains at the World Cup. So there were 3 World Cups this year. He made all 3 mains, and he was the only one.
Anthony Dean from Australia, plate number 44, chooses the inside lane. We'll see if that will help him here in this final heat of the men's 8th final.
Yeah, Anthony, buff guy, big, strong guy.
Next to him is Shara.
And then Campo, tall guy. I watched him in practice. He looks really strong down the first straight. So let's see if he can get up front and control the race from there. And then we have Opshaw in lane 4, Rees in 5, James Palmer in 6, Renaud Vanderbiesen in 7.
It's Vanderbiesen in the orange.
Yes.
Okay, riders.
No wind, Rob. Your flag that you put on top of the scaffolding up there in the top right-hand part of the screen. Nice job doing that, by the way. But it is not moving, so no excuses with the wind. Dean gets out of the lead into the number 1 spot.
Biesen was able to get out front, but he's on the outside, so we'll see if he can hold on to that spot. He's dropping down to 3rd, but that's still a good spot to be in.
Yeah,
here you
back in the top 4.
Oh, we have a lot of riders going down because I only see 3 riders. So whoever gets up the quickest and make sure he gets over the finish line, he's going to get that 4th and last qualifying spot. And so you see close racing here. Anthony Dean, Corbin Shara trying to pass him, get a quicker time. But these 3 have sat. Good solid lap right there. And let's see who comes in 4th in that last spot.
Those 3 names, really no surprise. And the Canadian will come through.
Rajan Palmer comes over the finish line 4th.
The survivor.
Nobody said it needed to be pretty.
Not in this round. Top 4 advance.
Not sure what happened there. Maybe we'll see it here in the rerun. Here you can see him at elbow to elbow. It's nuts. You go into the ball. Here we go. Maybe we'll see it right here. Oh, Upshaw just jumping from left to right, taking Campo out, and then look at Raging just bailing off his bike, dropping his bike, and then was able to grab his bike back up and secure 4th place.
You were telling me it's like a wild dirt roller coaster, chess on it. It's like it's a fast, high adrenaline chess game.
Yes, BMX is. Yeah, there's so many things going on, and you think you can't predict what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like you gotta anticipate and adapt to certain quick situations and make judgment calls pretty much. And sometimes it goes your way, and sometimes it doesn't.
So that wraps up the men's 8th finals, and the top 4 from each of those 8 heats advanced to the elite quarterfinals, and that'll be coming up shortly. Some great racing going on so far. Big crowd here at the Mariana Pajón Supercross BMX track in downtown Medellin, Colombia. It's a beautiful city hosting the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships. Wendo 566. You see the fans. It's great. You mentioned these guys are big. They back their athletes. They're so into sport, and you know that with soccer, football to them, but. And you know that you see it in all their other sports. Colombia very, very proud of their athletes.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
At the UCI BMX World Championships, we have the flag handover from one country to the next, and obviously the team from Colombia, the local organizer.
Right now, I believe we are going to get set up for the next races. There's also a flag handover.
Yes.
Coming your way when you know, this beautiful site of Colombia was awarded this World Championships a year ago.
Yes, next year we're going to move.
In the U.S.
Yeah, it's going to go to Rock Hill, South Carolina next year. The track is already there. They already had a World Cup on it last year. We don't have to worry about any rain. The track can handle the rain very, very well. When we had the World Cup there last year, it was pouring rain, like almost monsoon rain, and they were able to race it. Maris Strombergs took the win over there. So next year is going to be awesome.
So here's the official flag handover. And as we mentioned, Rock Hill, South Carolina will be the host to the 2017 UCI BMX World Championships. Just a short drive from Charlotte, South Carolina.
Yes.
And of course, for you folks that haven't been in that area, this is located in the southern part, southeast part of the United States of America. Very humid, very hot.
NASCAR country.
NASCAR country, yeah.
So if you're a NASCAR fan, that's where you want to be.
And it is an Olympic caliber BMX track that they have there, and it's part of the criteria that any place has to meet before getting awarded the World Championships from UCI.
Yeah, Rock Hill, it's an awesome facility. What the city's done there is to build a supercross facility, but also a velodrome in the same neighborhood, and they're also building mountain bike trails and some bicycling trails in that whole neighborhood. So they want to create an active,
like a biking mecca.
Yeah, biking,
like
a biking neighborhood,
yeah,
to get the people active, and also just Rock Hill in general is very active in sports. So last year we were there, they had 140 soccer teams there having a tournament there.
Well, congratulations to Rock Hill, South Carolina, for being awarded the 2017 UCI BMX World Championships. Looking forward to that, especially after the Olympic Games. We will be talking there, Rob, about many Olympic champions from Rio when we get to South Carolina next year.
Yeah, new crown champions.
All right, now we are looking at the men's junior quarterfinals. The juniors just coming on so strong. And the juniors quarters, first heat. We'll feature that crew right there. A couple strong, 3 French riders in this one.
Yeah, and Nick Kimman and his brother from the Netherlands, Justin Kimman.
And we'll go through 4 heats in the men's junior quarterfinals. We'll check out the other races, but Richard Renaud is in this one. Plate number 267, the junior world champion in time trials from last night.
Yes. See if we can turn that into a win in the quarterfinal.
Jai Homsch of Australia, closest to the screen, gets the inside track. We'll see if he can take advantage of it. Here we go, the men's quarters for the juniors.
Yeah, the Australian rider just messed up his gate completely, but then the French rider attacked the first jump and left the door wide open for the Australian to just take over first place again.
So Richard Renaud now in the lead. We'll see if he can hold it off. The top 4 will advance to the semifinals for the junior men.
Oh man, it's going to be a fight for that 4th spot. Justin Kimman here in 2nd, with the Belgium rider Janssens in 3rd, trying to hold off the French rider, which just passed him, and there's another Frenchman right in tow. See if he can pass Janssens on the last straight.
Wow, that was a battle right there, but Homsch of Australia fended off Richard Renaud in the end. It was a photo finish. Kimmin in third, no surprise there.
And Kisma got Johnson's at the finish line for the final transfer spot.
For advance. Good push. Look at the three French riders together now. Can they choose that? Are they lucky to choose going next to each other, or was that just by default?
Yeah, I think it was more by default. It just the way, you know, you can pick first or second. Everybody wants to be as close to the inside as possible, because that's the shortest distance to the first turn.
So there's no team advantage there.
No, no, no. Like I said, it's an individual sport,
right. And
when you're on the gate, we have respect for each other, but I'm not your buddy right now. Here you can see the French guy just getting out front of the...
How do they measure the photo finish, Rob?
Right here you can see on the outside, you see the Australian having the black line. The front of the front wheel is determining factor.
So we have 4 right there that advanced.
So the time that you see here is not a determining factor. If there's really close finish, you're going to go to the video. You're going to look who is first on the video, and that is the final result.
All right, heat number 2 in the men's juniors quarterfinals. Plate number 176, another guy in yellow and green. This one, Andrew Hughes of Australia with the inside lane. It looks like he got the whole shot. Maybe, no, yes, he did.
Yes, he did, and they were throwing, the Colombian and the French guy were already throwing elbows before they got to the bottom of the starting line. The Colombian almost crashed on the first jump, but he's in fourth right now in qualifying spot, so you can, if you can hold on to that spot.
Aussie in number 1 spot. The 2 French riders, Jove and Arango of Colombia now pulls into third over the Frenchman, and he could go into second here, making a huge move.
Yes, the French guy saw him coming, and he's like, you know what, you're not going to pass me. He shut the door on him, and ends up second.
Oh,
we got a major crash. We got 3 riders here, so whoever gets a fast number 60 or 165, Suarez, takes the 4th spot. He's like, thank you very much.
That looked like Cirque du Soleil back there. There were so many acrobatics.
Yeah, man, it's the World Championships, man. It's single elimination, so they're not going to hold back.
Wow, what a battle. The junior men putting on a show here.
Look on the inside, got 3 guys. They're already throwing elbows right there. Boom. They're like, you know what? I want my place. I want my spot. It's like, I'm not giving any inch. Get out of my way. Here we go. I
see a couple guys going down there. Whoa, gee.
Yes, he had nowhere to go. He was right there, and that just sucks. And the guy in last, he's like, okay, I'm just going to ride through the minefield and take 4th place.
So look at that. Your top 4 men's junior riders after Heat 2 will move on to that semifinal. There's a start list for Heat 3 in the men's juniors. Charles Borel of France, solid name there. Cedric Bouty of Switzerland, also a strong rider. And you have 259 plate of Charles Borel in the inside lane from France, so he's the favorite here.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
There's a Colombian in here, so be ready for the spectators to go crazy. But here you got from the Grunengraal having a great start and taking that whole shot. And he came out from the outside, so he came out, he was in front. He's, you know what, I'm coming over. Got to shut the door right away and secure a spot. The New Zealand riders right behind him, and then it's a little bit of a scramble there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Peel now is in 2nd from New Zealand.
Swiss riders in 3rd. And they're fighting for 4th spot, the qualifying spot. See, the Colombian is fighting out. Be ready for the spectators to go nuts.
They do it. It's all about getting the top 4. Oh, and he is so disappointed.
Yes, he had it for a split second, then he bobbled and he lost it. The Italian rider it was a 6th spot, and he's like, you know what? I'll cruise around you guys and take 4th.
The Italian rider pulls into 4th over the Colombian.
That's BMX, man. It ain't over till it's over.
Yeah. How crazy is it, Rob, with that many guys on the track at once? I mean, what's the scariest thing for a lot of these riders?
We just grew up on that. You know, it's just like second nature for us.
Yeah.
Like if you, for example, see that, you're like, you guys are crazy, you know. But for us, it's like second nature. So we're so used to it, and if you do it a lot, your brain processes so many things about, you know, you need to be on point, you need to hit your marks on the track, but you also need to be aware of what's going on in front of you, beside you, behind you. So all these factors are in play, and the more you do it, the better you get at it.
All right, this is the final heat for the men's junior quarters. And we have Alex Tugas of Canada in this one, strong rider. He's a name, and also keep an eye on Agudelo of Colombia. So the Colombians, you'll hear the reaction when they introduce his name.
Yes.
3 Aussies in this one too.
Yeah, Alex Tugas, multiple world champion in the challenge class. So in the younger class, so he knows how to win the world championship.
The challenge class and all those races took place earlier in the weekend on a different track, just a short distance away. You can see it from here, actually. A lot of the youngsters coming out, and veterans or masters coming out to race in the challenge event.
Yes.
Experience Medellin, Colombia.
People waiting for anticipation.
Again, a Colombian rider coming in this next heat. It is the final heat for the men's juniors. And you are watching the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships live from Medellin, Colombia. Trace Worthington here, sitting next to Robert de Wilde, the Flying Dutchman, Olympian and world champion, making the call with me. Hopefully the rain will stay out of here, Rob. It's been coming in and out all day long. The track workers have done an amazing job, by the way, of covering the track when the rain rolled in. Came in big hits, thunder boomers.
Yes.
Dumping a bunch of water. They covered the track with plastic and then uncovered it and got this race underway for us to come on live. So hats off to the organizers and that crew behind the scenes.
Here we go. Everybody set up. Alex Tugas here in lane 1. He had the first gate pick. Obviously took lane 1.
Check. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Tugas with a big pump. Looks like he's out,
Yeah.
way out in front right away.
Oh, we got a big crash on the first straight, but didn't affect Alex Tugas at all. And he's just checked out. Look how far he is already ahead of the guys. The Australians in second and third, somewhat comfortable.
I think the Colombians out, Rob. I mean, based on the reaction of the
Yes. Latvia and fourth right here on the hot seat. So let's see if he can hold on to it and qualify himself for the semifinal.
It's all about the race for 4th place right now, but it seems like our top 4 are established coming into the final stretch, unless something happens on this last roller. Nothing does. We have 2 Aussies, a Canadian, and a rider from Latvia making it through to the semifinals of the men's junior race.
Here we go. Here we can see it. Somebody landing way too far. The Colombian rider going down right here. Didn't take anybody with them after that. You see the Japanese rider just launching it out and holding on for dear life. He was able to hold on as well. Here the last straight, the crucial last straight. We've already seen some crazy stuff happening down that last straight.
All right, so there you have it. The top 4 from that final heat in the men's juniors will move on and have a shot to get into the semifinal. From there, it'll be interesting to see who makes the big round, the main events, and has a shot at being junior world champion. Before that, we'll reset things and get ready for the women's elite quarterfinals. And heat number 1, this is going to be a biggie. We have Poitier and Buchanan, who will battle it out here. We have a Colombian rider of Gomez.
Okay, riders.
So
random
kicking
start.
off a solid women's heat number 1 in the quarters. Top 4 will advance to the semifinals. Here we go. Buchanan close to you in the green and yellow.
Yeah, she had a great start there and just taking it right there. We got 3 other ladies right behind her. Here you see the girls going to the right and not go to the left. This is where the girls go to, you know, a little bit smaller jumps, but don't get me wrong, they're still big.
Yeah, when you're here live, you can see it in person.
Yes.
They just dive into these rollers, step ups and step downs. Buchanan easily with this race.
Yeah, Nadia Priest was not able to jump the double into the second turn, so she lost a lot of momentum. So it's not in view right now, but curious if she can hold on to that 4th spot, in which she is right there. So she's going to take the last spot, qualifying spot into the semi.
Bondarenko takes the 2nd qualifying spot. Potier in 3rd. Priest, as you mentioned, in the final spot. Buchanan looking solid from Australia.
Here you go, the Colombian coming out of the gate. She comes out of the gate very strong. She's there, right there with everybody, but then she just made a mistake on that first jump and went down. Like right here. Here we have the finish line. The Russian lady wanted to tuck in, push the front wheel a little bit forward so to get a little bit quicker time. So maybe that will help her for the gate pick later on.
There you go. All right, this is a big one here. I mean, well, this is the top 4 that qualified from that last heat before we move on to the next. And the next, Stephanie Hernandez is in this one, the defending world champion from 2015. We also have the Olympic bronze medalist from London, Laura Smolders. The Dutch rider is in this one as well.
Yeah, this one is very evenly matched with a lot of good riders. I know Laura does not like to be next to Stephanie a lot.
Oh,
and she went down. She went down.
Or no, who was that?
That was Laura Smolders. She came up short and her hand blew off the handlebars and she crashed. So Stephanie Hernandez right here is in the lead, defending world champion, by the way, with the Melinda McLeod right behind her in 2nd, with Valentino in 3rd. Marilyn and Gabriela Diaz are fighting for that 4th and last qualifying spot.
So 1, 2, and 3 established. We'll keep an eye on 4th place, and it looks like 4th is well established.
Yes, but you know, they're starting to get tired, and in the junior man we saw people crashing on the last straight, so yeah. Let's wait till they've passed that finish line.
So there you have it, the top 4, a photo between Valentino and McLeod of Australia, Van Betham of the Netherlands in 4th. There's your top 4. Did I say that name right?
Manon Valentino. Here you see it, like Hernandez and Laura Smolders next to each other. Here you see her hand, just the impact was so severe, her hand just blew off the handlebars, so she was not able to hold on.
Look at the air time right there.
Oh, yeah.
Plate number 469. That was Hernandez just launching.
And that's a trick with this first straight, right? You want to be fast, you want to be low, and that way you can get in front of the other rider. But you very easily stay too low, and then you come up short like Laura did and end up crashing. That first straight is super tricky to get it just perfect.
So there are your 4 that will advance to the women's elite semifinals. And we'll listen on the crowd here for this next one, Rob, because Mariana Pajón, the woman who this track was named after, the Olympic champion, world champion, she's coming up right now, featured in this women's elite quarterfinal.
Yeah, I'm expecting her to take that all the way. Maybe we just should sit back and just let all the spectators just
take it over.
Do the commentary.
Okay, riders, random start.
It's Pajón closest to us
Watch
in the black.
Gate.
There we go.
There you go, good gate there. Like I said earlier, she has a little shoulder injury, so hopefully it will hold up all day. But right now, it's not affecting her whatsoever. Judy Bowie there in 2nd, with Felicia Stansel there in 3rd.
Mariana Pajón, the Olympic champion and local superstar.
Yeah, Kristen Della there, the Australian Kristen Della there in 4th, holding on with dear life for that qualifying spot.
Pajón doing a great job. Could be a battle for 4th place coming up here. Pajón will, no problem, take this women's quarterfinal, and she will advance to the semis. Netherlands in second. The American Stancil in third. And Deller of Australia will round out the top 4 qualifiers.
I think it's safe to say that with Elke not making it, the Belgium girl, it's a little bit of an upset. You see her on the inside getting cut off right away from Mariana. So that shows you how important to come out of the gate good. Because if you're just a split second too late, you have somebody's elbow right in front of you and you can't pedal. You have to stop and hold back.
Mariana Pajón, I went on to follow her on Twitter the other day, Rob. She has 1.4 million followers. So you can
South America, man. She's a celebrity.
She's making on the sport. So the top 4 from that heat will advance. We have one more heat to go here in the women's quarters in the elite race. And this one, Elise Post right there, the American closest to you from the United States. Lauren Reynolds, also solid from Australia, next to her. Here we go.
Here we go. Elise having a great start. Reynolds late out of the gate. Let's see if she can tuck him right behind Elise and just hold on to that second spot. Elise almost went on over the bars on the first jump, but she was able to hold on.
So right now, Post hanging on to that #1 spot, a battle for second and third.
Stavo in third from Brazil, and Colombia in fourth, so it's going to be interesting. And I'm pretty sure the crowd is going to get into it the closer they get to the finish line.
Well, the Colombian in fourth, but the Aussie making a move, is that?
Yeah, Reynolds went from second to first, passing Post. I think Post made a little mistake. So they're battling it out down the last straight to make a good time. Of course, so they got a good gate pick. The Colombian girl make it. Look at how happy she is.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, even with Stavo, she's pumped to make the semifinal.
All these guys are the biggest stage in BMX right now here at the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships in Medellin, Colombia. And we are live, and what a spectacular backdrop here in the Abura Valley, a central region of the Andes Mountains. We are 5,000 feet above sea level. And the rain not rolling in quite yet, but looking cloudy, and you can see some showers in the backdrop.
Well, Trish, let's try to stay positive. It's not going to rain.
Yeah, exactly.
Here
Men's elite quarterfinals now.
Carlos Oquendo from Colombia. First gate pick with yours today. Nick Kimman, Molino, Fungant, Mir, Lopez, and Palmer. The 8 elite men here in the quarterfinal.
4 heats in this men's quarterfinal. The top 4, a reminder, will advance to the semifinal. BMX made its debut in 2008 at the Beijing Olympics, went on to have a spectacular showing in the London Games 2012. And now right around the corner, we will see it once again in Rio de Janeiro when the Olympic Games hit in early August. The medal rounds for BMX after all the qualifying will go down on August 19th, where all the riders that you see here, all the names, will be battling it out for an Olympic medal.
Now you have some Mexicans from Mexico.
Yeah.
You know, they're supporting. Well, I think the junior rider. There was a junior rider from Mexico. Wasn't able to make it in, so unfortunately, it's one of the countries that's working really hard, you know, to make a name for themselves on the BMX circuit.
Heat #1, men's quarterfinals. The elite men.
Here you go.
Saying Oquendo has that inside track. Plate number 566. Joris Duday, 33. He's been riding well. And next to him, there he is, the big name, Nick Kimman.
Yeah, defending world champion. Key for him right now is have a good gate, being next to all the other riders, so then he can kick in the afterburner and accelerate in front of these guys. But if he can't get out the gate good enough, he's going to be shut down, and he's going to have to fight his way back up.
All eyes on the 3 riders closest to you. There they are. There's a few of them. That's the middle of the pack right there from Venezuela. Plate number 138, Milano. He'll try to take on some of the big names here. It's not going to be easy. Tough draw for him.
Yes.
As well as the rest of the crew. Canadian James Palmer's in this heat.
Yeah, he was the lucky one. You remember? We had
Yeah.
a big crash, and he was able to pick that last spot, qualifying spot, into the quarterfinals.
A lot at stake here at the World Championships. 2016 World Championship title. Spots to the Olympic Games for August in Rio in August. And of course, the coveted UCI rainbow jersey. Everybody's hoping to wear that at the end of the day.
Yes, it looks like we're going to be a little bit, the hold is going to be longer than expected. Now it's just key to stay focused and don't drive yourself nuts, so to speak, and get distracted. Now it's just focus on what you need to do and execute.
I see the full face helmets.
It's one again right
So
there.
it's one, looking at the bikes now, you have one brake usually on the left-hand side, or can you choose right or left?
You can choose. It's personal. It seems like the riders from Britain and Australia prefer to do left, and everybody else prefers to do right.
And you saw that plane just fly by and buzz us. Rob, you warned me of that before we got here, and you weren't kidding.
Yes.
Planes
and
are flying about I don't know how many feet, how many meters from us. What do you think?
I can hit that plane with the rock if I wanted to. That's how close they are.
Don't say that. They might arrest you.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it, but I'm just giving you an idea how close they are. They're super close.
It's a good perspective. But yeah, the airport right here in Medellin is right here next to us. What a cool place.
Yeah, this is the Supercross track they just built, but on the other side of the street, they have the challenge track, and it's right in the path of the landing strip. So I was there earlier, and planes sometimes fly so low, you can make eye contact with the pilot.
And this track named after local superstar. It's the Pista de Supercross BMX, Mariana Pajón. So fittingly, as the local superstar has made such an impact on this sport. Heat number 1 for the men's elite quarterfinals. Top 4 advance. All eyes on the 3 guys closest to you here.
Watch the gate.
And the Colombian Oquendo out of the gates.
Looked like Dode was a little bit late, but Oquendo was a little bit later. Here we go. 2 top dogs fighting it out for that prime real estate in the first turn. Here Dode in first, came on in second with Twan. Almost getting pushed off the track in third. So Twan was like, you know what, I'm all the way on this side. I got to protect my inside in the second turn. Jump across the whole straight to protect that inside with the French guy rider. Mir is in fourth and in the last qualifying position.
Today in first, the 2 Dutch riders in second. Well, you got Strombergs in second with plate number 1. No surprise there. And also no surprise that his teammate Van Gent makes it through, and Francis Mir as well. So really no shocker here.
Looks like we lost the bronze medalist, Oquendo from Colombia.
Yeah, there it is a shocker. I'm sorry.
Yes,
there is a shocker here.
Devastating. Like here you see him coming out of the gate, and here's where Kimman and Yode excel. Coming down that starting the steep part of the hill, and they get that elbow in front of Oquendo. Oquendo here, see the Venezuelan guy loses a pedal right before the jump, and Oquendo was right behind it and had nowhere to go.
So an exciting race in this first heat of the men's quarterfinals. We've established the top 4 here.
Yeah, and James Palmer right there in fifth wasn't able to catch up on Mir and give him a good run for his money.
So your top 4 advancing to the next round are set. And we're looking at now heat number 2. The start list in the men's quarters. Sam Willoughby, big name in this one. You have huge names in all this now. I mean, once you get into the quarters and the semis, Rob, it's all
they're all big
top dogs. Yeah.
Yes, they're all top dogs, and anybody and everybody can win.
9:49. That's Matthew Cameron of New Zealand, who has that inside track. And there's the Colombian.
Sam picking lane 3 right here. Yeah, first gate pick, but he prefers lane 3. So
Sam Willoughby, plate 7.
Sam Willoughby with number 7, in a yellow and green shirt in lane 3. Like,
so he was he got to choose his lane, and he chose.
Yeah.
Okay, riders.
All right.
Random
We'll
start.
see if it pays off. We'll see if there's a strategy here.
Riders ready.
Maybe
Watch
a
the
shift in
gate.
strategy for some of the racers, perhaps after they watch this one. Here we go.
Well, as you can see, Sam just didn't even wait for anybody, so he just took off. He's already way ahead of everybody else. Cameron right there on the inside in second spot. Raymond Biezen, the Dutch rider, was right there, but he was on the outside and he couldn't go down, and he got pushed up, and he went from like third to fifth right there. Torres battling it out with Cameron for second place right here, so that will slow them down a little bit, so we'll give Blanc some opportunity to catch up.
Australia and New Zealand 1 and 2.
Here we go, Torres and Blanc racing it out, throwing some elbows right there down the last straight. And Blanc, oh, I don't know if we get a photo finish right here. No, Blanc taking it in front of German and Torres.
So there's the top 4. Willoughby and Cameron, the top 2 of the 4. Riding with a lot of confidence.
Yes, there's with Switzerland, there's 2 prime spots, and Graf and Blanc were fighting it out, and whoever makes the mains is going to Rio. So he was a little bit on the bubble there.
Yeah.
So he was feeling the heat, but he was able to pull it off and get in fourth and head on to the semi. Here you go, stretching out, get a little bit, shave off a little bit off the time. Cameron right here, second.
A lot of the riders hoping to punch a ticket to Rio de Janeiro for the Olympics in August. The opening ceremonies, August 5th. Willoughby, Cameron, Germanis, and Blanc will move on. So heat 2 of the men's quarters in the books, and we'll move on to heat 3. We have another Colombian in this one, in Carlos Ramirez. We have Maris Strombergs, 2-time Olympic gold medal winner in this one. Dave Vandenberg of the Netherlands. Strong, Corbin Charrat of the United States. We have Molina of Argentina. Matt Juster, Australia. Sebesta also in this one from the United States.
Yeah.
Top 4 advance.
Random start.
A little magician here in lane 2. Keep an eye on this kid. Not a great start, but let's see what he can do on the track. But Stromberg here with the whole shot, like just powering it in the front. Here Ramirez was that last out of the gate. He's in fourth right here, and he's battling for third.
Stromberg's number 1. USA in second, France in third. Oh, Colombia moving up now.
Yes, Rancarel and the Little Magician are duking it out for that third spot, because as a racer you never wanted to be on that fourth spot because you're on the bubble and you never really know what's going to happen behind you. You know,
he needs some magic here. Did he pull it out of the hat? No. Yes, he did.
Yeah, I got third point. Rancarel make it in 2 with his 4th spot, so we'll see him back in the semis.
It's a big battle between 3rd and 4th place there. Regardless, top 4 advance. And why is Stromberg so solid? Just the overall package deal, or is there one area of his riding that stands out?
Overall package deal, man. Just the guy is so calculated about everything. He knows when to back off. Like the first year after the London Olympics, he's like, you know what, I'm going to take a little bit of break. I'm still going to be racing, I'm going to take a little break. Then, then we're starting to get close to the Olympics. Last year, he was, this year, Olympic year, boom, he's right there. He won the last World Cup in Papendal a month ago. So he knows when to turn it up, man. He's a very smart and calculated rider.
Well, the Colombians are proud. Ramirez, the magician, the magic man, makes it through. Heat number 4, men's quarters. This will be the final heat to settle who moves on to the semifinals. We have Nick Long from the United States, Anthony Dean.
Yeah, see,
this one.
Remember Liam Phillips had that bubble down the 3rd straight in the previous round. He went from 1st to 3rd, and now he has he's in 6th gate pick, so he's more on the outside. So his goal is to get out of the gate quick and just move over as quickly as possible and close the door on everybody on the inside of him.
All the fans coming out, pouring in from downtown Medellin.
That's Jamie Steff right there looking at his phone. I don't know what he's doing, probably tweeting some results from the American riders. He's from Great Britain, actually a gold medalist. He won the team sprint on the velodrome with Great Britain. And now he's the coach of America. Here you have Mariana's dad, the man in charge, pretty much, and very nice guy. Very, very nice guy.
Now, in your elite men's here at the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships, Medellin, Colombia.
If you just joined us, you are watching the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships from Medellin, Colombia. I'm Trace Worthington, sitting next to Robert de Vilda, Olympian and world champion in the sport, and we are live at this World Championships, getting closer and closer to crowning our 2016 champions, being the men and women juniors and the men and women elite.
Here we go.
Right now.
Nick Long here with number 64 next to him. Anthony Dean, then Velda, Graf, Jaspers, Bodie Turner, and Mr. Follow. He's been around too. I had some good battles with him in the past, and I can't believe he's still out there tearing it up.
And you're much safer in the booth here.
Okay, riders.
I don't know, with those planes buzzing by, I don't know, man.
Riders
Exactly.
ready, watch the gate.
All right, here we go. Final heat of the men's quarters. Top four advance.
Oh, here we go. Nick and Anthony rubbing elbows at the bottom of the starting hill. See, Liam was on the outside. He executed it, and he wasn't quite there to shut the door on Nick, but he's in second, which is way better than fifth.
Yeah, the Aussies, Turner and Dean, trying to hold their position and not give up the fourth spot.
Oh, guys, Graf is in fifth. He's not in qualifying position right now, but he's the kind of guy that, you know, throws an elbow if he has to. So we'll see if he can get close to Bodie Turner and see if he can pass him.
So Nick Long from the United States will come in the first place position. Did the two Aussies edge out the Swiss rider? They did. So Dean and Turner make it in the third and fourth positions. And Great Britain brings in Phillips.
We got a photo finish for fourth. We're not going to be able to see who got the fourth spot. Here you go, Velda, just a terrible gate. Liam was like, you know, I had a great gate. I'm coming out. Dude, he even got an elbow from Graf. Did you see that?
Yeah.
And he was able to hold on to that.
You know, some guys stay low and some guys extend. Notice too, straight knees or bent knees.
Well, the jump before has something to do with that. If they over jump, you go into recovery mode, safe mode, like you just need to make sure you get over it. If you hit your marks on every jump, you're being really aggressive and staying low and jumping forward. And but yeah, if you over jump and you miss the landing, then you just go in safe mode and you just try to get over it, and you become less aggressive. Here you can see Graf did not make it. So that's a big upset, number 3 from last year. So we actually have number 2 and number 3 from last year out already.
There's a few guys I would imagine that are in that advance that don't mind that.
Yep. You see how tight it is here in the turn. You just got to fight for your position, you know. You can't back off, hold out. You just got to stick your nose in there and go with it.
Next, we were going to roll into the junior women's semifinal following this replay here. And you see just some highlights from the quarterfinals. Mariana Pajón, as expected, putting on a nice show.
She has an amazing style.
Yeah, is it just, I mean, is it to you because you've seen this so much, is it just smoother? Does she make it look effortless?
Yeah, she's one of the few girls that just makes everything look effortless. You know, she has just such a smooth riding style. I love watching her. Just the way she rides around the track, and she loves to jump. She's not a big fan of manualing, is leaving your back wheel on the ground and manual from one top to the other top of a jump. She likes to jump more than that.
She rides the number 100 in comparison to the U.S. When you see football jersey sales and basketball jersey sales, I would imagine that the 100 jersey, the bike jersey down in Colombia, is a big hit.
Yes, yes. Like in the elite class, you can pick your personal number. I used to race with 77.
Yeah.
And you know by number you can tell, like, oh, this is this guy or that guy. So everybody has his own personal number. Not in the juniors riders yet.
Just some highlights from our earlier rounds here in Medellin, Colombia for the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships. Before we get underway with the women's juniors semifinal, the top 4 riders from 2 heats will advance and 8 will battle it out for the Junior World Championship title. Followed that by the junior men, and we'll go right into the elite women. They'll give it their best shot to try to get into the semi or the final. The rain's going to roll in.
No.
Rob, you're going to stay positive? All right.
Let's not talk about rain, man.
Yeah. No, we're gonna
Positive. Think positive. Your Tori Nighthawk just cutting the Russian off, just protecting that inside, making sure that the Russian would not be passing him in the last turn.
I think what's unique about, what I've learned about this sport, Rob, is how no 2 tracks are alike. And so you go to the Olympic Games and many tracks, they're different, but still a track and field track is very similar to the last Olympics. The pool is the same for the swimmers. The diving boards are equivalent. Maybe gymnastics, there's a little bit of difference in some of the equipments over time. But the BMX tracks, I mean, you're battling a lot of elements outside.
Yes,
Mother Nature, dirt, pavement, grass. I mean, all that stuff to keep these things maintained.
As you can see, everything you see here is handmade by machinery and shovels and rakes. So even if I know the Netherlands, for example, America, this is a replica of Rio, or close to a replica. But because it's handmade, there's always this little bit of a different with the angles of the lip, which 1 degree difference is a big change for us. If there's even a little bump on the lip with the speed that we carry, that feels like a speed bump.
Yeah, and the guys, the track workers, have done a phenomenal job, but you can see still, even some of the soil and the dirt moves around a little bit over time. It gets beat up in certain areas, and
yes,
it can get a little bit loose, and that's just part of the sport.
Yes, and that's what I used to like about the sport. Every lap, every track was always different, and it kept it entertaining for me. I don't want to talk bad about track or field, but the 100-meter sprint, that's just the same thing over and over to me. You're running your lap. That wasn't interesting for me. I just, what I was interested in is to get on the gate. Well, and you never really know what was going to happen.
Big race coming up, folks. The women's juniors semifinal. There's 2 heats total. Top 4 advance to the big final, the main event for the women's juniors. Maris Strombergs of the Netherlands will be featured in heat number 1. She will be the one to beat. Fiskebæk, also one to watch for from Norway. Fines is in the outside lane.
Yeah, Meryl had first lane pick, but I don't think she decided to pick lane 1. Like Sam picked lane 3, so looks like she's more comfortable with lane 3. I have to add, if you're lane 1 and you look down the first straight, it moves in a little bit. So if you keep going straight, you're going to end up without a track. So lane 3, you have a straight shot to the inside of the first turn. But you got to make sure you got in front of these girls on the inside of you.
2 Colombians in this heat. Heat number 1 of the women's juniors semifinal. A Russian in the mix. And getting lane number 1, plate number 125, the Canadian Bellinger. We'll see if she can take advantage of being on that inside lane.
Yeah, she's from the French language part of Canada.
Quebec area.
The Quebec area.
Here we go, folks. Big race. Top 4 will advance to the prestigious final, the main event.
And we're going to wait for the plane to fly by. Because when you're on the gate and you, it's a random gate and you hear any noise, you have a good chance you're going to go too early and go over the gate.
Graf dropping down the concrete steep pitch into the first jump, and we already have somebody down.
Yeah, Meryl had a great gate, got out. She's like, I'm out. I think the Colombian girl, the Russian girl, she went forward, came way up short, and just got pogo stick off her bike. We have Fiska back here in second with the Colombian rider in third. And we got a fight here going on for fourth place, the qualifying place to go into the main event.
Only 4 spots available for the main event, and right now the top 3 are well established. Now it is a battle for fourth place. Who will it be? 142 right now. Looks like she has the advantage. That is,
it's Canada
in the lead, but
Canada against Colombia. Bellinger got it. She got the 4th spot, and she transfers into the main event. The Colombian rider Moza is heartbroken. The devastation, man. You get so close, but yet it's so far away.
That was an exciting race for the women's juniors.
Here you can see just
the
Russian rider not even close. Here you see the Bellinger way in the back. So she still was able to make her way back in the 4th qualifying position.
So at Buchanan of Russia, taking a huge hit, dropping, stays clipped in all the way to the dirt. Ouch.
Yeah, sometimes you know, a big impact there, you just freeze up and you're long for the ride.
So there are your qualifiers who will head to the main event for the women's juniors, a junior world champion closer to being crowned here and in Medellin, Colombia, and the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships. And who will the 4 others be that join in? We'll find out right now.
Rider from Bolivia.
Too, yeah. 150, Veenstra, the Dutch rider in lane number 7. Plate number 139 from Japan.
From Colombia, it is
There's the Colombia. Everyone will be having their eyes set on her. Londano.
Ruby Hausmann taking the bronze medal in the time trial yesterday.
Peterson of Latvia in one of the inside lanes. 138 has a good advantage. Shriver.
Interesting lane picks here. Yeah. Shriver had the first lane pick. She ended up with second, lane 2. Ruby had second gate pick, and she went to 4. And,
go ahead.
And Natalia just figured, you know what, I'm just going to take the inside, and hopefully there's a little bit of room for me in the inside of the first turn, and just sneak my way in there.
Okay, riders,
of Russia, closest to you, has the inside lane.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Heat number 2, the women's juniors, 4 spots available for the main event.
Efremova was like, you know what, I got lane 1, I'm just going to take the whole shot. How about that? With Shriver on the outside in second spot right there with the Japanese rider there in third.
The Japanese rider coming on super strong right there, pedaling really solid.
Yeah, we got a battle going on there for 4th. Here's Shriver doing a high-low on the Russian, taking the lead. But I'm very curious what's going on for that 4th and last qualifying spot. The Russian is just imploding. She's just stopping, slowing down. So the fatigue is starting to set in, and she's just pumping for her life to get into the main event. Ruby Hausmann there in 4th position is able to qualify.
Great job by Hatikama of Japan. A name that we haven't said yet, Rob.
Yeah, I'm not really good at pronouncing names, and that one's a tricky one.
I'm just saying we haven't said it yet.
So no,
I'm impressed you.
Yeah, I'm very hesitant to pronounce her name because I'm afraid I'm going to do it not right, you know?
Hatakiyama.
Hatakiyama.
Yeah, Hatakiyama. But I'm just saying we haven't said her name yet at all.
Yes.
She's in the main event.
Hey, at the end, only 1 lap counts.
Yeah.
And that's the one that's coming up. You just need to make sure you're in there.
So Hatakiyama will join Heisman, Efremova, of Russia and Shriver of Great Britain are your top 4 who will join the 4 others from our Heat 1. And they will regroup, regain their composure, rejuvenate, whatever you need to do before.
Yeah, there's not much time between this lap and the main event, so you want to try to recover as quickly as possible and as good as possible, so you're as fresh as possible on the gate.
All right, here we go with the men. Juniors semi.
On this side from Australia, Joshua Boyson.
2 heats, just like the ladies you just saw. 2 heats, 4 move on.
Here you go. Nick Kimmon's brother, younger brother, Justin Kimmon.
They look just alike, except Nick's about 20 pounds.
Yeah, and about 10 centimeters longer too. Right. Here, Kevin van der Grunendal. Remarkable that he's even be able to ride. He broke his collarbone 4 weeks ago. You have Thomas from France. Hops here from Australia. And Tugas from Canada.
So Tugas has that inside lane. We'll see if he can take care of business and move on. Top 4. You're watching the men's juniors semi-final. Getting closer to crowning a men's junior world champion.
Random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
Tugas with a powerful start on the left-hand side.
Here you go. The Dutch rider's coming out first, but Justin is not able to come over on Alex Tugas quick enough to shut him down. So Alex takes the lead right here with Justin in second and Kevin van der Grunendal here in third. With the French rider here in fourth, with the Australian rider sliding in there in fifth. So he's gonna try to hunt down the French rider and take that last qualifying spot.
So it's all about that 4th position. Can the French rider hold on to it?
Looks like we're gonna have a mad dash to the finish line.
So you have no problem with the Canadian Tugas. The 2 Dutch riders, Kimmon and van der Gronen, in third, but Hamsch of Australia protects that 4th place position and will move on to the final.
It looks like Thomas fatigue got the best of him and he dropped from 4th to 5th. Right here, throwing elbows already. They're not even at the first kink yet and they're already throwing elbows. You see Alex Tugas having the preferred line on the inside, taking the lead. Here everybody's stretching out to shave a little bit, a couple of hundredths of a second, thousandths of a seconds off their time.
So there are your top 4 junior men from heat number 1 who will advance to the main events. 4 junior men will join them following this race. 8 guys on the track at the same time. Heat number 2. We have 178 Hughes. Fabris of Latvia in lane 7. 291, the Swiss rider, Cedric Bouty. France, Alexis Kuzma, plate number 262. And listen to the Colombian fans.
People go nuts. Love it.
For Londano. Yeah, it's awesome. Maynard Peel right there. He has a good track. 2 remaining in this A. Richard Renaud, the Junior World Time Trials champion. And the inside track belongs to Andrew Hughes of Australia.
Number 2 from time trial yesterday.
Yeah, he's number 2, so it's going to be a big race.
Yes.
Top 4 advance, getting close to crowning
Okay,
our
riders, random
junior
start.
men's world champion.
Riders ready. Watch the gate.
Here you go, the Australian on the inside with a great start, and the Colombian too being in the mix, but he's on the outside, so hopefully he can hold on to his second, third. He's dropping way back to 4th, which you don't want to be at right now. You're on the bubble, but fighting his way back to 3rd with the left-wing rider coming up strong from nowhere, and then Hughes crashes right in front of him and he goes down. Now we have the French rider in first, Colombian rider in second. And then we got a mad dash for third and fourth right here. See if they can keep it straight. And the French rider is trying to get that last qualifying spot. But the Swiss rider was able to hold on to that fourth spot. Look at the Colombian rider just being ecstatic, making the main event. Like right here, the Colombian rider came out strong, very strong, but he's in the middle of the track right here, so it's not really a prime position you want to be at going into the first turn. Here you go, they're throwing elbows, Hughes going down, and the Latvian rider just made great progress down the second straight and has somebody crashing in front of him and just being taken out.
So the finals are set for the junior men and junior women. So the main events will get underway shortly for the juniors. There are your top four who will head to the main event and have a shot at being crowned Junior World Champion here in Medellin, Colombia at the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships. Here we go, folks, with the women's elite semifinals. Same as the juniors for advance.
Yeah, in the quarter we had a big upset. Laura Smolos going down on the first jump, not being able to transfer to the semi, which yesterday she only got second at the time trial, bronze medalist at London. So she was definitely expecting a lot more from this race. And we got a little bit of a change up here too. Like Marilla had last gate pick, but she is in lane 6. So there's definitely some strategy going here in picking lanes. Manon Valentino right here from France.
Judy Bau from the Netherlands, riding plate 388. USA's Elise Post, hoping to get into the top 4. Plate number 50, Magali Portier.
The veteran.
Strong
the
rider,
veteran.
Yeah. 68, there she is, Caroline Buchanan. And as I mentioned earlier, you see plate 68. She told me, hey, look, the Olympics are 68 days away from now. Maybe got some good mojo going on with that.
Set.
We'll see if it
Okay, riders, random start.
is a reality here.
Riders ready, watch the
Heat
gate.
number 1, women's elite semifinal underway.
There you go. Buchanan coming out the gate real strong. Elise has an even better gate than her, so she's going to come over and shut Caroline Buchanan down in the first turn. Judy Bau right there. Meryl, there's 2 Dutch riders there. Meryl is in third. I thought it was Judy Bau for a second, but she's holding on third. Meryl is. And then we have Maglia Potier there in fourth in the qualifying position. So Elise right there just way ahead with Caroline in second. Now it's just a matter of time for those 2 ladies just to bring it home as quickly as possible and get a good gate pick. And then we got
third and fourth,
yeah,
fourth and fifth.
Manon Valentino was able to pass Poitier down the third straight into the last turn and take that last qualifying position into the main event.
Well, Valentino shuts the door on Potier and will make this women's elite final called the main event.
Yeah, there you have Maglia Poitier just not being happy at all. Here you go. You see Elise having a great start, already ahead of Caroline right here. Putting in an extra pedal there just so creating a little bit more extra speed so she can stay a little bit lower on the first jump. Here you go. Here you can see it just bringing it home.
So right now, as we look at the 4 that make the final, or the main event for the elite ladies, fatigue has got to set in.
Oh, it definitely is setting in. You can see with Maglia Potier, she was just dying down that third straight, and Manon Valentino was like, well, you know, I'm a little bit fitter. I'm going to pass you, and thank you very much.
It's a good strategy, and this track definitely separates the weaker riders, especially when it comes down to that final stretch. So here we go, heat number 2 for the women's elite semifinals. Top 4 advance.
Definitely some strategy going on here with gate pick. Melinda had 4th gate pick. She's in lane 8. I think she's very confident about her abilities to be able to get out the gate good and strong and be able to get in front of those ladies that are on the inside of her. So she's going to come out the gate, come on over as quickly as possible and try to shut everybody down.
Maris of Germany. Played 53 in the middle of the field.
Defending world champion right here, Stephanie Hernandez. Very strong rider.
She's in the center of the pack as well. Motorenko has been riding very strong all weekend long. And listen in, folks, when they introduce Mariana Pajón.
Always a smile on the face. And a fan favorite. I think Reynolds didn't pick lane 4 because she didn't want to be next to Stephanie Hernandez.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Here we go, the final 4 to be determined right here. Who makes the main event? Pajón out in the lead.
Yeah, Mariana had a great start, but stayed a little bit too low on that first jump and was able to hold on for that first spot. So Hernandez in second right here. They look very comfortable right there with the Russian in third. And then Reynolds and McLeod fight it out. Oh, Reynolds going down, high-siding over the back wheel from the Russian. So McLeod should be in fourth right now, that qualifying position, that important qualifying position for the main event.
So it's all about being in the top 4, and it looks like if the ladies keep it smooth, even our 4th place rider will advance, knock out one other Colombian rider. Mariana Pajón takes the win here in the semi and will advance to the final. No surprise there. Hernandez in second, Bondarenko in third. That was a good race. I tell you what, there was a tight racing right there between Bondarenko and Pajón out of the start.
Right here, look like she just came up short a little bit. Mariana came up short just a tiny bit, but she was able to hold on. Here you see Reynolds high-siding over the Russian's back wheel and just going down hard on the asphalt. And McLeod was, well, not in qualifying position, but with that crash, it helped her to transfer over to the main event. Yeah, that's, you know, when you dive into that turn and you're going one direction and the girl in front of you goes in opposite direction, you just don't have enough time to change direction, and it just, you'll high side over the back wheel.
There are your top 4, folks. The women's main event is set now. Now we'll have to settle the men's elite semifinals and see who the 8 men will be. That will get a chance at bringing home the 2016 UCI BMX World Championship title.
Yeah, talked to the Swiss coach this morning, and he says if one of the Swiss riders makes the main event, he's automatically qualified for Rio. And Blanc is the only one left so far. If he makes it into the main event, he's guaranteed to go to Rio. So a whole lot of pressure on his shoulder. Here you have the little magician from Colombia, Twan van Gant, super strong rider, super strong rider.
Surprise, only one Dutch rider in this heat.
Yes, he just came back from an injury. It is his first race back. We have Nick Kimman in the other semi, so we're still representing a little bit. But here Nick Long here is looking strong all day, and Corbin also looking strong all day.
Those who just joined us, Trace Worthington here alongside Robert de Vilde, and Robert used to be on that Flying Dutchman team, and
yes,
very strong.
And I used to be racing against most of those guys.
Oh, this is a strong. Joris Dudet, 33, closest to you on the screen, has the inside track. We have 2 Americans,
Okay, riders,
Long and Shara.
Riders ready,
One Colombian,
watch the gate.
magician. Ramirez. Here we go.
Here we go. Dudet had a good start, but Nick Long as well. Tagged that first jump a little bit. That just sends him back a little. Twan had an awesome gate too. He's here, and second is able to stay low enough to shut Corbin down in that first turn. The little magician right there in fourth, and I have a feeling he's going to take that third spot away from Corbin, or at least trying to.
Whoa!
Corbin just slid out. Then made Nick Long going into the 4th spot in the qualifying spot. See if Renaud Blanc, who needs that main event to secure his spot for Rio, if he can make up that spot. He's not able to get it, so I don't know what's going to happen in Switzerland right now. And here Ramirez, the little magician, holding the hopes for Colombia high.
Fans going nuts there, your top 4 after the men's heat number 1. And what made the difference here for Dudet? Got the hold shot, right?
Yeah, he's here in front, but then he stays too low on the first jump, and he lost that momentum a little bit. Here you just see Corbin just losing grip, his tire just giving out, and you spun it around. There's not really much you can do about that.
That's BMX riding for you, right?
Yes, it is.
Well, there's 4 lucky guys that survived this very challenging course named after the Olympic champion Mariana Pajón, and today Ramirez, Van Gent, and the American Long will have a shot at the World Championship title as they will advance to the main event. And who will join them? We'll find out right now. The next 8 men ready to hit the track. 4 will advance. Bodie Turner on the outside track from Australia. There's Amadou Mir of France, riding extremely solid. From Latvia, of course, Germanis.
Yeah, Liam playing a little mental game right there, getting on the gate as late as possible. Maybe can psych a couple riders out. Rancarel, young rider, in the semifinal right here. Sam I Am, a solid rider, mentally super strong. So expect him to have an awesome game here. Nick being relaxed, trying to defend his world title.
Right, look at Willoughby next to Nick too. Willoughby won the Olympic silver in London, of course, and then you have now the 2-time Olympic gold medalist Strombergs, and you have a world champion in Kimmins, all stacked on the left-hand side. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, and a former world champion with Prince Liam in lane 5.
Okay, riders, random start.
Big names and a laundry list of accolades in this heat. And here we go. The top 4 advance to the main event.
There you go. Sam had a great start. Nick as well. Stromberg not so much. Nick taking the lead right here. But then Rancarel was like, you know what, I'm just going to go low and try to get that first place. But Nick was like, no, I'm going to take that first spot back. And Rancarel slides into second with Mir in third, and Liam Phillips fighting out with Sam Willoughby for that 4th and last qualifying spot. Let's see what happens. They're rubbing elbows right there. And then Stromberg is like, oh no, that's Trimanos is like, you know, you guys are rubbing elbows. I'm going to pass you guys on the other side and take that 4th and last qualifying spot.
And who got it? Trimanos nails it. And he will join Mir Rancarel, the true Frenchman. And of course, Nick Kimmins scores a spot in the main event.
Man, this is, wow. I'm a little bit speechless right here, man. There was so much going on. I see Stromberg's here not having a good gate, falling back. Nick here with the inside advantage. Sam over jumping way too far. And look at Rancarel staying super, super, super low in his first turn. Here we have Sam. He has to stay low and lose some momentum here. So now he needs to get on the ponies to get some speed going into the 3rd straight.
Well, it's all about that top 4 and a chance to get that prestigious World Championship title here in Medellin. So there are the top 4 from heat number 2 in the men's elite, who will
3 former world champions out with Liam, Sam, and Maris. Unbelievable.
Well, that is crazy, and that, I tell you what, that opens up the door for a lot of these. There's some guys that are very relieved, I would imagine, right now.
Yeah, and the top 4 riders, they're pretty young.
Yeah.
Wow, that was wild. I'm still shaking.
Well, Nick Kimmin will survive another race to try to defend his World Championship title. What an amazing World Championship so far. So many people from around the globe pouring into Medellin to watch the world's best. All the athletes will get reacquainted with their bodies.
Yes, trying to recover as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
They got to go one more time and give it all they got. And they're definitely tired. This track is long and a lot of jumps. So you don't see a lot of pedaling, but with a lot of jumps means that you got to use your body, your legs, your arms to pump in the transition to keep that speed going. And that actually takes more energy than just pedaling.
And what type of training, if you're going to compare it to you know, a different sport, what type of training do these guys do?
This is
off the track.
You can kind of mix it with a 100-meter sprinter on track and field and a 400-meter sprinter, because you need to have the strength and the speed and the acceleration to come out of that gate fast. So you need to have that 100-meter sprint ability and get up to speed quick.
Agility, right?
Yes, you got to be quick. And then the track is over 400 meters long. You need to have that endurance to hold it all the way to the finish line. Not once, not twice, 4 or 5 times, sometimes 6 times a day.
And then like a power, the power of a CrossFitter, right?
Yes.
It's just like you got to have that strength and that power. I mean, a lot of these riders, you look at them and their legs are gigantic, huge quads. And
yes, you know, the more tired you get, the easier it can become mental to you. Like, I'm tired, I'm tired. So as an athlete, you try to push that out of your brain, not to think about it, and just focus on you executing that perfect lap, you know, hitting your points while you're racing on the track and not think about getting tired whatsoever.
UCI BMX 2016 Medellin, Colombia.
some great highlights from earlier rounds. Mariana Pajón getting it done. The track, what do you think? It's holding up pretty good, Rob?
The track is holding on awesomely, and the weather is cooperating, so everybody's happy. And you know what I like the most with BMX racing is that, you know, anybody can win right now. So, like, Rancarel hasn't won a moto yet, but he can win the main event and be the world champion.
And look at that view. The lights are on here at the Pista de Supercross BMX Mariana Pajón. That's the best Spanish I have for you, the best accent anyway.
Mariana
but that's just, I want to give this track credit where credit's due. And her and her family have done an amazing job, just not only representing the sport in this area, they're locals, but also have a lot of influence on this track. And to welcome the world here, they've done a nice job with that. Feeling very welcome by all the folks here in Colombia, this entire event. So hats off to the host city, and next year we'll move on.
I'm seeing some rain on the background, but it's not coming here. It's going the other way.
Rob,
now it's going the other way. I'm like, it's going the other way. It's not going this way.
Women's junior main event coming your way, and shortly we will crown the 2016 Junior Women's World Champion. Looking forward to seeing that. Start list is in place. We have Shriver of Great Britain in this one. Maris Strombergs, a favorite here. Takayama of Japan doing a nice job in the last junior women's heat to get into this main event. So look at that, impressive. There is 8 different countries represented in this women's junior final. That's pretty cool. That speaks a lot for the sport, Rob. There's a lot of diversity throughout the globe, right?
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
cool.
Like 15, 20 years ago, there was a handful of countries that were ruling BMX. But nowadays, it's all around the globe. There's so many good riders from so many countries, and it's just awesome to see so many good riders on the BMX circuit nowadays.
My mistake, because I said 8 different countries, 7 different countries amongst the 8. Netherlands, the Dutch
they're
riders
doubling it up.
Doubling it up. No surprise there, right?
No, they you know, they're now looking at the sport where deciding, here's where you decide where you're going to stand on the gate. So whoever has first gate pick will press on the button, the gate that she wants, and then goes over to
is that what they were doing with that screen right there?
Yes, that's the touch screen. You touch the gate that you want to go into, and then you just go to your spot. So here you see Shriver had first lane pick. She decided to go to lane 2 with Afremova having the second pick, decided to go to lane 1. If I read correctly, in the semi, she had a great gate. So maybe she can do that again, but hopefully can make it stick this time.
Loving the technology there. Right?
Yes.
Thanks for bringing me up to speed on that. That's even more high tech than the ribbon you tied to the top of the scaffolding for the wind.
Yeah, but we haven't been able to use that too much. It's the wind is very quiet, so there's not a lot of wind, so it's not really a factor, which is perfect for BMX racing. So we're gonna see an awesome main here, man. I can't wait.
We have a Colombian rider in this as well, in Restrepo, and the crowd will be going nuts if she takes home this Junior World Championship title. It's pretty cool to see the progression of the sport, and women's BMX racing has evolved so much, Rob, over the past only like 3 or 4 years. It's come on super strong.
Ruby Heusden had decided to pick lane 8. Here we have Frisback from Norway taking lane 7.
There's 125. Bellinger of Canada. Smile on her face, looking relaxed as we look at plate 1, 3. Oh, Hatakayama right there now in the middle of the pack from Japan. Smolders. She's got the dark. She's got the dark goggles too. I mean,
yes, yes.
Somebody, you know,
the lights are bright.
The lights are bright, and some choose clear, some choose nothing, and some choose to block it all out.
Yes.
Shriver, you are watching the women's junior main event, folks. A junior world champion for the junior ladies will be crowned right here. It's not about top 4 anymore. It is about being the top of the podium.
Random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
Here we go. Shriver messed up her gate. She hit the gate and she ended up crashing, but Merrill was like, I'm coming out of the gate strong and I'm taking that lead with Efremova in second right there, and Ruby Hausmann was in third for a split second, but the Norwegian girl was able to sneak underneath her and take that third spot for now. Merrill is just looking, oh, we got a Russian who going for the jump. Oh, she was getting too greedy. She got ahead, like, you know what, I'm going to push you up, but she messed up, and Ruby Hausmann was like, thank you very much. I'm going to dive right underneath you guys. So here's, oh, the Norwegian girl is coming up strong. Russia's trying to shut her down, running her maybe off the track. And Merrill from Bantam just dropping back to 4th, 5th position. Ruby Hausmann bringing it back, bringing the world title.
So Ruby Heisman, your junior world champion for the women, taking home the title here in Medellin.
Like I said earlier, when BMX, you don't know what to expect. You got to make decisions on the go. She saw the Russian going high, pushing Merrill up high, and she's like, you know what, I'm going to the inside, take both of you guys and take that win.
Exhausted after all of these races, and she comes out on top as the gold medalist.
Yes, you can see Shriver having a back gate, getting shut down right here. And then, you know, the girls trying to go over the first jump and case, most of them casing, but it's easy. That's better even than not jumping at all.
That's crazy. How about Smolders with that? I mean, just that path.
Here you
right
go.
here.
This is the defining moment. Instead of just not deciding to take her own line and just ride her own line, she decided to go up a little bit, hitting Merrill and just on clip. And Ruby Hausmann was like, well, thank you very much. I'll take that first place and I'll bring it home.
So a new junior world champion has been crowned here in Medellin, Colombia.
There's the coach, Buster Beaver, former BMXer, then converted over to downhill, and then after downhill, he became a coach for the Dutch national team. And man, the Netherlands has been a strong force since he took over and started training the riders.
Taking another look at this great race.
Yeah, here is like Mariana just tried to stay too low. See as he tagged that top, lost all momentum, was not able to jump that double into the second turn.
Look at that, well deserved. A great celebration for Ruby Heusden, the Dutch rider taking home gold. Final results here at the World Championships for the junior women. Ruby Heusden, gold. Silver belongs to Natalia Aframova of Russia. And Silja Fiskebæk of Norway grabs the bronze.
Across now to your junior events final here in Medellin, Colombia.
And we will head over now to the men's junior race, the final, the main event. Ruby Heusden will take it all in, grab the interviews. Always a special moment for any athlete following an event, and especially world.
You did your, how did you pass the Russian and Meryl?
Yeah, they were fighting in the second turn, and I saw that it can come in the inside, and I was like, why not? And I tried, and then I was like, what the hell, I'm first. I'm very happy.
Tell us a bit about your feelings. How do you feel? I mean, this was really incredible.
Yeah, I really can't believe it. I'm serious, I can't believe it yet.
How was the track? It's a very technical one. Did you cope with it easily?
Yeah, it's very hard. Some jumps are like skate park, but it's really fun. It's something new, so yeah, I'm world champion.
So can you figure out wearing the jersey in a few minutes?
No, I can't. I can't believe it.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. That was a fantastic run. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to Ruby Heusden of the Netherlands, taking home the Junior World Championship title. Now it's time to settle the junior men. Alex Tugas of Canada in this one. Justin Kimmen, strong rider. Richard Renaud of France in this. And there you're looking at Groenendaal of the Netherlands.
That was his collarbone that he broke 4 weeks ago.
Londano, listen to the crowd for this kid. See if he can get it done and bring home a Junior World Championship title. And there he is. Richard, winner of the Junior World Championship time trial. Justin Kimmen, Nick Kimmen's younger brother. And the Canadian, there he is, Alex Tugas. Here we go for the 2016 UCI BMX Junior World Championship title.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Here we go, Alex Tugas being laid out of the gate, but had a good acceleration out of the gate. So he's having that inside advantage in the lead right here. Justin Kimmen diving in low and just hopefully it would stick with the New Zealand rider here in second. And we have the French rider in third. It looks like these three guys are going to fight it out for the podium spot.
Tugas, Peel, Renaud Richard of France, 1, 2, and 3 so far. Gold, silver, and bronze. Can anybody make a move? Yes.
Oh, the New Zealand guy got underneath Tugas and pushed him up, and Tugas has fallen all the way back to fourth position.
So Maynard Peel wins the Junior World Championship title here in Medellin, France, or Medellin, Colombia, and knocks out the Frenchman, Richard Renaud. That's why I had France on my mind when you saw that big pass right there. But what a race by the junior men, Rob.
Yes, looked like Alex was a little bit late out of the gate, but his second, third pedal were awesome, so he propelled himself forward into the lead right here. And then here we have the last straight with New Zealand in front and Renaud in second and the Swiss rider in third. And Alex Tugas dropping all the way back to fourth off the podium.
Maynard Peel will grab the title and the crown of Junior World Champion in BMX racing. Congratulations, winning the main event. Peel grabs the gold, Renaud silver, and the Swiss rider Butaille in third. And Alex Tugas couldn't get it done. He's in fourth from Canada.
Yeah, either fatigue set it in the third straight or he bobbled a little bit, but he definitely lost momentum and gave Peel the opportunity to pass him in the last turn.
All right, we're finally getting to the medal rounds, folks, and we will check out the women's elite final coming your way next once they get staged at the top. Thank you for joining us. Trace Worthington alongside Robert de Vilde as we look at the top riders that advanced for the elite women into this prestigious final.
Yeah, Marilyn from Bentham in lane 8 right there. Melinda McLeod here in lane 7. Manon Valentino from France here in lane 6.
Number 89, Bondarenko, who has been riding extremely well so far up until this point, looking super strong. The 469 plate of Stephanie Hernandez, the 2015 world champion, trying to defend her title here. And 68, there she is, Caroline Buchanan of Australia. A lot of fans, a lot of Aussies in the stands. And 100, folks, here she is, Mariana Pajón.
And she must have a lot of pressure on the shoulders right here.
She looks relaxed. We'll see, though, Rob.
Well, she won a gold medal, so she knows how to handle pressure.
And number 11, the inside track, belongs to Elise Post of the United States. Mariana right there with plate 100 in lane 2. A world championship title in 2016 for the women's elite on the line, and here we go.
Here we go. Mariana had a great start, shutting Elise down right away. They have a little bit of a history together. They're rubbing elbows, they cross each other a couple times, so they're first and second. And Mariana being in first right there, dude, she knows this track inside out. I don't think she's gonna make a mistake, but Elise is trying to stay with her as much as she can. Caroline Buchanan right there in third spot. Well, Elise is closing the gap a little bit.
And with the hometown fans, Mariana Pajón hanging on to the lead here in the final stretch. Can she hang on to it?
Oh, Elise losing it down the last straight and going from second to third. Sorry to jump in there, man.
Regardless, Mariana Pajón, it's all about grabbing gold here at the World Championships. She is the champion, and what a place to do it on the track that is named after her and in her home city of Medellin, Colombia. Mariana Pajón, world champion 2016.
Boyfriend Vincent Pelloir right there from France, wasn't able to race here because doing an injury, hugging his girlfriend.
What a great race. She had it all going on right from the beginning.
Yeah, Elise was laid out the gate. Mariana knew right away, I need to shut her down because she's a strong rider. Did that and just brought it all the way home. But Elise, just like in time trial, down the last straight, she bobbled and fell back. She was able to stay on the podium, but she wasn't second. She dropped down to third.
Well, this city is going to erupt tonight as Mariana Pajón will be
right here,
world champion.
Right here.
Wow.
Unbelievable she was able to hold on to that. Something similar like that happened in the second World Cup in Manchester. She was leading, Elise was, and she lost on the first jump and she crashed.
What an amazing race, and what a place to do it. On her home track, appropriately named after her, the Pista de Supercross BMX Mariana Pajón. And she is your 2016 UCI BMX World Champion. And now clearly the one to beat as we lead into the Olympic Summer Games in Rio.
2 days ago, she told me she wasn't even sure she was going to be able to race.
Pajón, gold. Buchanan, very strong showing. She grabbed silver and a gold in the time trials last night, so she had a great weekend. Elise Post of the United States will take the bronze. Coming up next, the men's elite final, and we will settle another world champion here in just a few moments. And that's got to help the sport of BMX, Rob.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Since Mariana won the gold medal in London, BMX has grown so much here in Southern America. And yeah, with winning this, it will bump it up even more.
Latvia's Trimanis on the outside lane in 8, and that's Amadou Mir of France.
Having some fun.
Yeah, and the plate of 29 belongs to Jeremy Rencarel. Some of the big names are out, Rob, so I would say the door is wide open. You can have your pick here in a second once we tee these guys up. But 64, Nick Long has a good shot at bringing home the World Championship title.
All these guys have a good chance to win, man. They're all big names, and they can all win. So we're going to be guessing if we were going to say who's going to win. That's just a full guess. Here, Antoine van Gant, amazingly, first race back from an injury in the main event. Here, a little magician right here from Colombia, representing the country. Man, look for him to make awesome moves on the track.
Speaking of awesome moves, Nick Kimmins has made awesome moves all weekend long, and here he is in the main event. But getting that inside lane, the Frenchman, Maris Strombergs, the Olympic champion, not in this final heat, the main event. So that will relax a couple of these guys, but this is such a strong field.
Yes.
The World Championship title at stake right here.
Whoever executes the gates best takes it.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Here we go. Looked like Nick just tapped that gate a little bit, but is he able to get in front of yours or not? The drag racing it out to the first turn. Yours today in first, Nick Kimmins in second, but Twomp again in third, trying to push Mir off the track for third place. Let's see if Nick can make that happen and take that gold medal again.
Today, Kimmins van Gent. It is France, Netherlands.
Who's going to be the fittest down the last straight? Nick is coming in hot.
Their legs are burning, quads are pumping. Who will be world champion? It is the Frenchman.
Wow.
Today
that was
is
crazy.
The world champion. That was awesome.
Wow. George today and Nick Kimmins are very similar riders. Super strong, explosive, good acceleration, and fast around the track. This was an awesome race, man.
This was a great race. And nice work by Georges Dudet. He has been scrappy throughout the entire day, chipping away through the brackets. Does a nice job there getting the whole shot.
See here, they're elbow to elbow, but Georges Dudet has that inside advantage, and he was able to hold on to that first place. If it would have been all the way around, it would have been Nick Kimmins. So that's how important lane pick is. Here with Twan in third right here, he starting to sense Mir coming, so he's like, I'm going to squeeze him off the track and try to hold on to third. I'm not sure what happened here because here is in sixth position. Long taking the third spot here. And he's being pumped. Long time coming. He had a rough couple of years. This year, it's kind of like a turnaround year for him, and he's very pumped with that third spot.
I mean, the French doing such a great job with their program, obviously, Rob. I mean, injecting and infiltrating 3 men into this main event at the World Championships. That is strong for the country of France. And hats off to the Netherlands and the Dutch riders as well, having 2 guys making this main event. USA's Nick Long grabs the bronze, though, and mixes it up just a bit there and represents the good old USA with that bronze
Yeah, very
medal.
happy for him, man. I raced against him for many years, and I know he struggled for a couple of years, and this year it's like a turning year for him, and he's back on, like, in the mix, and he ends up on the podium. I'm stoked for him.
That's great. He grabs bronze. Kimmin grabs silver, and Duday secures the gold medal and the 2016 BMX World Championship gold. We'll move on to the medals ceremonies shortly. What a great job that the organizers have done here, Rob, and all the folks at UCI making it happen. The locals here at the track, the volunteers that have done such an amazing job keeping things together. It has not been easy with
definitely
Mother
not been. It's been 3 long days, with a lot of rain delays, but they were able to hold on, like cover the track in time, keep the track dry, and make this race happen. And like I said, no rain. It was not going to rain. Just stay positive.
You kept the positive vibe going. I was impressed.
Yeah, now it can rain. It doesn't really matter anymore.
Well, it'll be a very rewarding medal ceremony, especially when you hear Mariana Pajón's name be called up for her gold medal. The next major stop, obviously, the Olympic Games in Rio. We hope you check out the sport of BMX racing. It promises to be a good one. Their third Olympics as a full medal sport. And, of course, the United States of America taking over the World Championships next season in South Carolina.
Well, we're sitting here right by the podium, behind the podium, and I see the Colombian fans coming in, and I'm not sure if we're going to be safe in this in our box right here, man. They're going to have a tough job to keep them back.
Oh, there's your junior. That's actually your lead.
Peel, the junior world champion,
and of course Mariana Pajón. A little round of champions, and of course
some tears right here with all the things that's been going on for the last month with her. It's just such a relief, just all the pressure falls off her shoulders. Here Mr. Daudet, also known as Froggy.
Cost me maybe the podium, so today I was really hungry and I wanted to prove to myself that I could do it. So I'm super happy to be world champion today. It's been a long road until the last one, so I'm super happy.
We felt you very confident on that track, which is obviously a very technical one. How do you feel?
Yeah, I felt very good. I mean, you know, track is technical, and we had to be really focused all the lap. So it was hard, but I'm super happy tonight, and I'm tired.
Obviously, you're tired. That's your second world champion title after 2011. Any difference in your feelings with this second title? Any different meaning?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we always say the first one is easy, but the second one is super hard. You know, it's hard to keep being on top, and I struggled a little bit after the first one, but I'm super happy to be here, and it's even better today.
With the Rio Olympics down the corner, you must feel very upbeat and very confident.
Yeah, I'm really excited. You know, all the training pay off, and I'm going to take some day off and back to training for that. So I'm really happy tonight, and I'm going to enjoy it.
A few words in French for the French audience.
Merci à tous, tout votre soutien, tous vos messages, que ce soit sur Facebook ou sur tous les réseaux sociaux. Cette victoire, elle est pour les Français. Et voilà, je suis super content. Merci à tous.
Bravo, félicitations. Thank you very much, Joris.
All right, so congratulations to Georges Dudet of France, who brings home the Elite Men's World Championship title. He won the World Championships in 2011 in Copenhagen, so now he is a two-time world champion. He was 11th at the Olympics in London, and so we'll see if he can improve upon that, Rob, here in 2016 when he heads to Rio.
Yes, he's definitely looking on point.
Well, and you have to thank Mother Nature, too, for keeping things clear throughout the main events and the races leading into it.
Yes, security is getting a little bit tight over here. I'm not sure if we're safe here, man.
I feel pretty safe with you, Rob.
Yeah, but we had a crazy guy coming by and he almost fall through the window, and I'm not sure, man.
So not a bad debut for the track, as it was just built in October and finally welcomed the sport's biggest stage of the World Championships. So that's impressive, all these guys pulling that together since October 2015.
Yeah, and there's been talk about coming back here and doing World Cup events on this track in the near future.
A lot of excitement behind the scenes here. As the sun is down, the lights are on, and world champions are now crowned, and we will see the medals ceremony shortly. And the presentation. Of course, the presentation of the rainbow jersey. So some highlights, Rob, from the men's
Junior men right here. That's the main event. But Alex Tug is still in front. But here Peel took advantage of whatever happened on that third straight with Tugas and taking the high win.
Well, there's your junior champion there. Ruby Heisman.
I can't even do it right now. I'm feeling like the best I've ever felt in my life. It's a great feeling to win the world for the first time, and especially to be the first year junior elite. I'm amazed.
That was a tough run against the French and the others. Tell us about your run.
You know, I just went up on the gate. I had a lot of nerves, but I brought myself back down to the process. You know, wrist rolled forward, clip in, and just don't worry about what's going on. Just focus on the process, and the lap brought itself together.
Yeah, talking about being focused, you didn't get nervous waiting and waiting because of the weather?
I definitely did a few times, but I just said to myself, a few deep breaths, and come back down to the process, and everything was great.
That's a great shot. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So congratulations to Maynard Peel, the junior men's world champion. And now we will check out a few of the highlights from an impressive race delivered by the elite women, Rob, and Mariana Pajón just doing a great job.
The elite women main event right there, and look how far Mariana already was ahead of Elise. But Elise gave her a good run for her money till the last straight, which, I don't know, it's kind of becoming almost like a tradition with Elise.
Well, a great place to do it. And we'll hear from the 2016 Elite Women's Champion.
Mariana, congratulations. You must be very, very, very happy.
I'm super surprised. I've been so many things, not right now, and everything just came exactly how I wanted, and it's just a dream come true to win at home.
Did you feel some pressure? I mean, considering yesterday you were quite disappointed.
Well, really, I wanted to fix that.
as is my track, I did some fastest lap than yesterday, so I just wanted to do it today.
Can you give some few words in Spanish for the Spanish-speaking audience now?
Claro que sí, ya iba a responder todo lo mismo en español porque ustedes me han dado toda la energía. Es increíble este momento, he pasado por muchas cosas y ganar en casa es un sueño hecho realidad.
Enhorabuena. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Gracias.
So congratulations to the local star, understatement, Mariana Pajón, the 2016 Elite Women's World Champion. Medal ceremony coming your way, crowning our champions. It'll be interesting to see, Rob, how things will unfold now at the Olympic Games. Will the confidence roll over of some of these world champions into the Olympic Games, or will now some of the pressure affect them quite potentially in a negative way?
I don't know. I don't think so. The winners, they're experienced. They know how to handle pressure. Look at Mariana Pajón in their home country. The people from Colombia expected only one thing, and that's winning. And she executed, and she got it. So these riders are top-notch athletes, and they know how to handle pressure like no other. So I don't think the pressure that will come with a world title or anything like that will affect their abilities.
So it should be an exciting Olympic Games coming up in August. In Rio, opening ceremonies August 5th. The main medal rounds for BMX racing August 19th. Check that out. And I'm sure there's a lot of athletes here today, Rob, doing some quick math on whether their country sits and did they earn some spots, did they lose some spots.
Yes, how many?
Some interesting mathematics being done right now with all the coaches.
The Americans, they have to do a trial race in the next couple of weeks in Chula Vista to determine who gets to go. They have 3 spots. So there's going to be about 15 to 20 riders trying to fight for those 3 spots. And then, every country, well, they might have a spot, but each criteria for each country for the riders to send over there is completely different. So here you have the main event for the junior women. The junior women here with Meryl leading. Here Alex Tugas leading. We will get to see what happened on that third straight.
Some good highlights, and of course Mariana getting it done here for the elite women. So powerful, so fast.
Yeah.
And for the men, you have Georges Dudet, the World Championship title, riding super strong before we go to our medal ceremony. Some good highlights.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the prize-giving ceremony for the Women Junior at the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships. In third place and winner of the bronze medal from Norway, Silje Fisbeck.
So there's Silje Fisbeck of Norway.
The medals and jersey will be presented by Mr. Jose Vasconcelos, President of the Brazilian Cycling Confederation and UCI Commission member. And the trophies and flowers will be presented by Mr. Agustin Moreno, President of the Colombian Federation of Cycling. In second place and winner of the silver medal from Russia, Natalia Afremova.
Natalia Afremova of Russia. Doing a nice job today, chipping away through all the brackets, finding herself in that main event, and she will be awarded the silver here at the World Championships.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, in first place, your world champion and winner of the gold medal from the Netherlands, Ruby Heisman.
Oh, look at that, an elated Ruby Heisman, the newly crowned 2016 UCI BMX Junior World Champion. Congratulations to her. And there it is, Rob. That
yeah,
UCI rainbow jersey. That's a nice one.
She's having a hard time compressing her cheers and excitement, man. When the anthem is going to start, I think she's going to lose it and start cheering up, and all the excitement is going to come out.
Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Could I please ask that we all stand for the national anthem of the Netherlands. Very emotional. Let's give them a big round of applause. Well done. Could we ask that the girls all stand on the top step of the podium together, please?
So there you have it. Their top three junior
step down and just one more photo
women
on the front of the stage for us,
Heisman,
please, ladies.
Afremova, Fiskebek,
Just down to the front of the stage,
bronze.
standing up and looking down at the cameras. Step forward a little bit all together. No, stand up. There we go. Let's give them one more photograph opportunity, ladies and gentlemen.
Colombian fans getting a little bit rowdy out there, banging on our little booth.
Thank you very much, ladies. Let's give them a big round of applause. Well done. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please prepare yourselves for the official award ceremony for the men junior category. And that, of course, here at the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships. Please welcome up onto stage our junior men's champions as well as our dignitaries.
few autographs. Ruby Heisman doing a nice job, and we will bring up the men's juniors here at the World Championships.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal from Switzerland, Cedric Butti. Handing out the prizes for us, the medals and the jersey, Mr. Jose Vasconcelos, the president of the Brazilian Cycling Confederation and the UCI Commission member.
Cedric Butti will get awarded his bronze first. The junior rider from Switzerland steps up onto the podium.
Handing out to the trophy and the flowers will be Mr. Orlando Arroyo from the Colombian Cycling Federation. Congratulations. In second place and winner of the silver medal from France, Maris Renaud.
Maris Renaud of France grabbing the silver. for the junior men.
And ladies and gentlemen, in first place, your world champion and winner of the gold medal from New Zealand, Mariana Pajón.
And your junior world champion 2016 from New Zealand, Mariana Pajón. What a great experience for these young men.
Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And could I ask that we please stand for the national anthem of New Zealand. Let's give them another round of applause. Congratulations, gentlemen, and thank you to our dignitaries.
Mariana Pajón, the junior world champion for the men, covers his black New Zealand jersey with one that he will savor for a long time, the UCI rainbow jersey. Mariana Pajón grabs gold, and we'll move on and check out the medal ceremony for the elite women.
Just step forward there, please, guys. Congratulations, gentlemen. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we will prepare for the prize giving.
Next up, we will check out the medal ceremony for the elite women.
Please prepare yourselves for the award ceremony for the women elite in the 2016 UCI BMX
signature
World Championships.
Autograph signing of the rainbow jersey takes place for the junior world champion, Mariana Pajón. Imagine a bit of a delay getting the elite women all together with Mariana Pajón.
I'm not sure if she made it back yet.
I don't think she's made it through the crowd.
Yeah, it's pretty thick out there.
And there they are, the top three women here at the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships.
From the USA, Elise Post.
A bronze medal will be awarded to the American Elise Post.
Mr. Jose Vasconcelos, President of the Brazilian Cycling Confederation and the UCI Commission member. The trophies will be presented by Mr. Federico Gutierrez, the Mayor of Medellin. In second place and winner of the silver medal from Australia, Caroline Buchanan.
An impressive weekend for this lady, Caroline Buchanan of Australia, winning the gold in the women's elite time trial, and now a silver in this race today, doing a nice job in the main events. Good hardware this weekend to bring back to Australia.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, in first place, your world champion for the third time and winner of the gold medal from Colombia, Mariana Pajón.
We don't need much of an introduction here.
Nope, not at all.
And Mariana Pajón will cover her black Colombian jersey with the Covenant UCI rainbow jersey. If you're going to cover your jersey, that's one to cover it with, right, Rob?
Definitely. And, you know, when you win a rainbow jersey, you become world champion. For the rest of your career, you can wear the rainbow cuffs.
Congratulations.
The rainbow
Well
stripes on
done.
your cuffs and your collar. Even if you're not world champion, you can have your collar and cuffs.
Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And could I ask that we please stand for the national anthem of Colombia. Could you ladies please all stand together on the top step for photographs? Thank you.
So coming back
What a
to the
fitting
rainbow
end,
stripes,
to an
right? You can have it
incredible
on your
World
cuffs
Championships
or
here
on your
in Medellin,
collar.
Colombia.
So if you see a BMX racer with a jersey on and he has a rainbow stripe on his cuffs or
And then
collar,
could you please step down
that means
and
that he
step
was a
forward to
former
the
world
front
champion.
of the stage for another photograph, please. Thank you.
Top three, Mariana Pajón, gold. Caroline Buchanan of Australia, silver. The American Elise Post, bronze here at the 2016 BMX World Championships. Medellin, Colombia.
So Mariana gets the race in that rainbow jersey for the rest of this year and all the way up to next year's World Championship.
Moving on to the men's medal ceremony. The traditional rainbow signature.
In third place,
There you go.
and winner
That's
of the bronze medal.
That's a solid name and a solid autograph to have on that jersey. Mariana Pajón, number 100.
The medals and jersey will
Sign the
be presented by
rainbow
Mr.
jersey.
Jose Vasconcelos, president of the Brazilian Cycling
Before we move on to the elite men.
Commission member.
Nick Long of the United States giving a point over to the
flowers
fans. He will
presented by Carla Luz
take home
Roldan from
the
Golden
bronze here in
Volters
2016.
Direct. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place and winner of the silver medal from the Netherlands, Nick Kimman.
Nick Kimman, who won gold in the men's elite time trial last night. have a silver medal tonight. So he and Caroline Buchanan, a very similar world championship for both of them, both a gold and a silver.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, in first place, your world champion for the second time and winner of the gold medal from France, Heusden-Zolder.
And there he is, your world champion for 2016 in the men's elite, Heusden-Zolder of France.
Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, could I please ask that you stand for the national anthem of France? There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to our dignitaries. Let's ask if you all please stand together on the top step of the podium, guys. Thank you. And then if we could step down, please, to the front of the stage for one more photograph. Thank you.
So there you go, your top three in the elite men's. Nick Long, bronze. Nick Kimmen
Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Nicholas
of the Netherlands, silver. Heusden-Zolder, your 2016 UCI BMX World Champion with gold.
If the media could just stay in position, we're going to invite back up onto stage the other world champions for a photograph together. So could all the world champions please come back up onto stage? New Zealand, up onto stage, please.
Heusden-Zolder will make his way down to sign
back onto stage for one more photograph, please.
the
Thank
famed
you.
rainbow jersey. Get his autograph on that. It's the second time he's won a world championships. 5 years apart. That's impressive, Rob.
Yes, yes. He's been around for a while. He came over. He's from France. He raced in Europe for in the early, late 2008, 2009. Was killing it there. So he moved over to America. Had a good year, and then he kind of, I don't know what happened, but he was not as dominant as he was. And then, like last year, he's starting to pick it up again. Maybe it's just that, you know, getting close to the Olympics. He was like, well, it's time to turn it up a notch, and then he's back on top again.
All right, well, it has been a phenomenal evening here and quite the epic day in Medellin, Colombia for this World Championships. Hats off to big congratulations to a vibrant city for successfully hosting this spectacular global event. An incredible display of athleticism, courage, and camaraderie by the finest BMX racers from around the world.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Your
Thank you very much.
four
That concludes our prize giving
gold
and
medal
photograph
winners
ceremony
right
for
there
the
from the junior men and
2016
elite
UCI BMX
men.
Supercross
Same for the ladies.
World Championships here in Medellin.
Promises to be an exciting Olympic Games for these racers when they represent their countries in Rio, Brazil, coming up in August.
Such an honor to wear the rainbow jersey. It's just, that's what a cyclist is, you know, that's what they're fighting for. So if you see in road cycling, velodrome, or any other cycling discipline, you see a rainbow jersey, that means They're the defending world champion, and same with the cuffs.
And well, the flag has now been handed over to the next city that will host the UCI BMX World Championships in 2017. The event will take place in Rock Hill, South Carolina, in the United States of America. For now, we wrap it up from Medellin, Colombia, and on behalf of my broadcast partner, Rob DeVilde, and our entire team, I'm Trace Worthington, saying goodbye from Medellin, Colombia, and the 2016 UCI BMX World Championships. So long and good night.